Are we good to go here?
Yes, Mayor.
We have a couple council members on their way right now who are stuck in rain traffic. But we will get started. Calling our regular council meeting October 5th, 2021 to order. Notice to the public that council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice and discussion regarding any of the agendized items. City Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
All right, Councilmember Salas, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Honored to do so, Mayor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Vice Mayor, would you let everyone know our mission statement?
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
All right. Do we have any individuals for general public participation today?
No, Mayor, we do not.
All right. And moving right along to proclamations and recognitions. I'm going to just switch it up and do the Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation for the third one, as we do have a recipient here so we can all get up. But otherwise, I can read off our Manufacturers Month. Manufacturers Month is an opportunity to recognize and thank the manufacturers in Flagstaff and Northern Arizona. And the month-long celebration kicks off on October 1st with Manufacturing Day, a nationally recognized initiative designed to engage with the next generation of manufacturers to showcase the technology, creativity, and career opportunities available. And manufacturers seek to fill 4 million high-skill, high-tech, and high-paying jobs over the next decade. Manufacturing employment makes up almost 7% of the labor force in Coconino County. Major international manufacturers such as W.L. Gore and Associates and Nestle Purina Pet Care have sustained almost 2,800 Flagstaff families directly with stable employment over the last year and a half. And Joy Cone Company, the world's largest manufacturer of ice cream cones, is hiring and looking to expand operations in Flagstaff. And UACJ Whitehall Industries recently chose Flagstaff as their home to employ 350 people into stable, high-tech, high-wage manufacturing of parts for electric automobiles. These and many other manufacturers, large and small, have made enormous contributions to our community, county, state, and nation by giving residents a chance to make a good living in a great city and making Flagstaff a place where we all want to live, discover, and grow. Therefore, I, Paul Deasy, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Manufacturers Month. On that note, we also have World Mental Health Day. Our World Mental Health Day is an education and awareness campaign designed to encourage people to talk, reflect, and engage with others on the importance of mental health and the reality of mental illness. Nearly 1 in 5 Americans will suffer a mental disorder in their lives. The remaining 4 Americans will be affected by a mental illness through a family member, friend, or coworker. And of the 10 leading causes of disability worldwide, 5 are mental disorders: major depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, substance abuse disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder. 30 to 40% of disability claims are for depression. The stigma is the number one reason people do not seek or receive treatment, experience workplace and social discrimination, and experience barriers to recovery. Mental health literacy and education are vital in the prevention, recognition, response, and early treatment of mental illness in order to reduce the severity and support recovery. Therefore, I, Paul Deasy, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim Sunday, October 10th, 2021 as World Mental Health Day in the City of Flagstaff. And now we have our third one. Aren't you glad I took out all the whereases from each of these? Those will get boring. We have Indigenous Peoples Day on Monday and a very awesome schedule from a lot of knowledgeable individuals, and we wanted to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day If we'd like to all go up front, and Ms. Tohi, if you would like to join us, that would be great. There we go. Boop, boop. The city of Flagstaff recognizes that it is built on lands known, inhabited, loved, and respected by indigenous people since time immemorial. The city of Flagstaff was built and is still energized and maintained and shaped today with indigenous people's knowledge, labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and commerce. Advocating for and supporting actions that lead to the advancement of social and environmental justice for indigenous communities per City Council goals and objectives for 2017 to 2021. The City of Flagstaff understands that government entities, organizations, and public institutions have a responsibility to enact policies to combat racism and to build justice and equity for indigenous people and all people who suffer from the effects of prejudice and discrimination. The observance of Columbus Day is a celebration of assimilation, acculturation, and genocide against indigenous people. To this end, city officials and residents throughout Flagstaff and the surrounding area participated in 2016 and 2017 in the series of Indigenous Community Forums to hear the concerns and ideas of indigenous people and adopted the strategy and recommendations that came from these forums. The City of Flagstaff resolved in 2018 to support efforts to educate the public about historic and contemporary indigenous human right concerns and to honor its indigenous roots by becoming a better steward of the land it is built upon. The City of Flagstaff, Mayor, and Council members hereby recognize and renew the commitment between the City of Flagstaff and the indigenous nations and communities of Northern Arizona to work together for the benefit of all. Therefore, I, Paul Deasy, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby proclaim October 11th, 2021 as Indigenous Peoples Day. For Rose Tohi, our coordinator of Indigenous initiatives. So, yeah. Thank you, Rose. Oh, you're welcome to say a few words if you want to.
Well, I want to just say thank you so much for the City of Flagstaff, council members, vice mayor, mayor. I'm nervous and a little emotional, but just want to say also for the people out there who are listening, I really appreciate this proclamation and support in the things that we're going to do on Monday, as well as just throughout the year. And I appreciate that support, and I appreciate the kinship that we're building together. Yeah.
I hear there was a tornado warning. Did you see any tornadoes out there? Awesome. Well, we are down to agenda item number 6. This is our city manager report. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. The report this time came to you a little bit late, with my apologies. That was sent out to you this morning. It is now included in the agenda. Thank you, Stacy, for that. A few updates and then an item to be called out for discussion. In the updates, we have an update from our fire department regarding their recruitment efforts. A number of updates from our police department. Thank you, officers, for your hard work. And a very informative update from our Parks, Rec, Open Space, and Events, or PROS division, including, and I'll mention this briefly, the Thorpe Annex Public Participation Kickoff, which is happening. Stay tuned on that with scheduled public vettings and meetings to be announced. very important and exciting process. Also, there are some updates from our Public Works, always of interest, including a couple of tidbits from our solid waste facility and our fleet department, which is prepping for the upcoming winter season. So a lot of work happening behind the scenes. What I would like to call out for some brief discussion is the matter of redistricting. There's a narrative in the manager's report about this, and that is accompanied by a couple of maps to help inform the discussion, and the report has appended to it a draft letter. Here to present in more detail is our Public Affairs Director, Sarah Langley.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just a few quick comments on this for you for some background and context. Also wanted to note that we have Todd Medeska here, our lobbyist, to answer any questions that you all may have. So staff and council have been tracking the work of the Independent Redistricting Commission as they work to develop new congressional and legislative maps that will be used in elections for the next decade. The most recent step in this process has been the adoption of what they call grid maps on September 14th. And those maps just use the most recent census data to create 9 congressional districts and 30 legislative districts that have equal populations. If you will recall, the City Council sent out a letter to the IRC back in July ahead of the first public meeting, and that letter outlined the city's redistricting values, including keeping the greater Flagstaff area intact in a single district, as well as highlighting the importance of Flagstaff being in a district with other communities that value things like forest health and watershed protection, that share healthcare resources, that host similar tourists, and that share transportation corridors with us, among other things. So now that we have the grid maps, we drafted another letter, which is in your agenda packet, and really just reiterates our earlier comments. The letter notes that the Flagstaff City Council is encouraged that not only Flagstaff, but the Flagstaff greater area has been kept intact in both the congressional and legislative map. And then we also re-emphasize in the letter the values that we stated in our earlier comment. So as you know, there's a second public comment hearing that the IRC is hosting on Thursday of this week. So if council approves this letter, we can send it over to the commission ahead of that public hearing on Thursday so that they can review it. And then lastly, I just wanted to note that grid maps will, of course, undergo a lot more changes. And I believe in November, there will be an opportunity for a further round of public comment. So with that, myself and Todd are happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Langley. Do we have any questions regarding the redistricting at this time? Vice Mayor.
I just want to confirm that the maps that are included with the letter, that is the draft map that the IRC has put out.
Correct. The language they use is the approved grid maps. So those are just those equal population districts right now. So you can kind of see where we're at. But again, those will definitely change.
All right. Well, thank you for the update.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Mayor and Council, the report, that concludes the report this time. At the next regular meeting, 2 weeks from today, there will be another report, and we will again recognize our employees with anniversaries. You can look forward to that. We'll also have some nice information regarding some awards that our municipal courthouse has received. You can look forward to that as well. Are there any questions for me at this time? Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, that brings us down to agenda item 7. This is our council liaison reports. So we'll just do the circle here. We're starting with Councilmember Salas today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing tonight because I have missed the Tourism Commission meeting last week as it coincided with the executive session.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. Just notice that the BPAC meeting will be held Monday, 4 to 6:30, and we invite the public to join virtually. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just mention quickly that tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the Metro Plan is meeting, and that's the organization, of course, that does regional transportation planning, and myself and Ms. Salas and Mr. Aslan will be there. At least I hope you will. And then at 4 o'clock tomorrow, we have the City Transportation Commission meeting, which might be of interest. Thank you.
All right. I was with the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living last Tuesday before ESESH, and we were discussed a little bit about there's a few grant applications out for improvement at Buffalo Park. Got an update from Director Ince, and then also they went over the library accessibility ramp that council had discussed in the previous council meeting. So, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I've been talking about this for a couple of months now, and here it is, the 10-year housing plan draft. We have 2 online community meetings. The first one is this Thursday at 5:30, and the next one is on the 27th. And I really, really encourage people to read the plan and to attend at least one of these meetings and to give your input online. You can find the affordable housing page on the city's website. If you look under residents and then affordable housing, and you can find all of this information. And I'd just like to say, along the lines of affordable housing, congrats to Housing Solutions for their quote-unquote groundbreaking today of the motel that they just purchased.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Yesterday, the Coconino 911 diversion group met and basically discussed our updates. We always touch base. I believe it's monthly. And just we're trying to divert calls, as I think you all know, from our police department through 911 to the CRN, the Crisis Response Network out of Phoenix. And they typically are able to handle calls over the phone. But if they're not able to, they are able to dispatch TEROs locally. And so we just had our update. Not many calls are being diverted, but the ones that are appropriate and are appreciated in the diversion effort. The group, I just want to say, is really excited about our conversation tonight and the efforts that we are taking as a city moving forward with our alternate response. And yeah, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan.
Nothing.
All right. That brings us down to our COVID-19 update. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. If you'll give me just a moment, I'll pull up the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
That was my dog, Hui, in case y'all were wondering. She's my great walking partner. So this evening, we've got our COVID update for you. It will include data from Coconino County Health and Human Services, Northern Arizona Healthcare, the Navajo Nation, as well as the Hopi Tribe. Rose will be joining for those last 2 data updates, as well as the Indigenous Nation update. For our weekly cases, we've plateaued over the last couple of weeks with 380 cases for the week of September 18th as well as September 25th. Prior to that, we were seeing a slight increase. When we look at the cases by geographical area, the city of Flagstaff is still the area experiencing the highest number of new cases, followed by our tribal agencies. Hospital admissions, we are seeing a downward trend for the first time here in a few weeks. Our age groups are still the 65 and older and the 20 to 44 who are experiencing the highest number of hospitalizations here in Coconino County. As far as our number of COVID-related deaths, we are seeing a downward trend compared to the beginning of the month of September, which is really good news. I will remind that sometimes there is a delay in this data, so even though we're seeing lower numbers at this time, sometimes that can be updated a few weeks out, as was that case of September 4th that week. Community transmission, we are still in overall high community transmission rate. Our number of cases per 100,000 did go up very slightly, but not a whole lot. Our number of positive cases actually reduced from 7.4% to 6.6%. So good news there. And our number of COVID or percent of COVID-like illness remained fairly static, 7.4% week prior compared to 7% this week. We do see a continual increase in the number of Coconino County residents who are being vaccinated. In the last 2 weeks, this number has increased from 58.1% to 59.1%. The total variants of concern, our biggest concern continues to be that Delta variant. We saw an increase, of 469 cases to 796 cases over the last 2 weeks. This does include some sampling from September, as well as continuing to see in our August samples. This is our hospital availability. You will see some differences in this report, especially the chart that's over to the right. You'll see in hospital capacity that Northern Arizona Healthcare has added the licensed bed capacity for Flagstaff Medical Center of 268, but showing that there's 199 of those beds that are available. Same thing in critical care, bed capacity at 41, but 35 of those being available. We did see a slight decrease in the number of positive patients within the Flagstaff Medical Center from 40 to 37 over the past 2 weeks, and our number of pending reduced from 1 to 0. So not a significant change, but a slight. Bless you. I will turn it over to Rose Tohi to continue with our Navajo Nation data update.
Thank you, Shannon. Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council, and the audience that are listening. I'll go ahead and start with the counts. And as you can see, just within the 14 days, Navajo Nation is still testing at 9,187, and I think that's pretty high compared to the summer numbers. And then the negative cases again are 7,619. The confirmed positive cases are at 601, which is still higher than we want it to be. And the recoveries are still at a good rate, somewhat keeping up with the positive cases at 539, 533. And then the deaths have increased by 19, up from in those 14 days. And then as far as the health, the next one, Shannon. As far as the Hopi health is concerned, Hopi tribe, they only had their numbers for the 6 days found on both the website and the KUYI's Facebook page. And those tested are a low number of 67, but that's pretty much in tune with their population. Their negative cases are pretty good in that same testing. It was 163. Positive cases at 17, and of those 14 are Hopi members. So Hopi does a little bit different. They have some cases, their counts are including some of the Tuba City numbers as well as some of the other numbers that are in the urban areas. So they try to keep up with their Hopi numbers in that way. All right, thank you. Next one. Navajo Nation, regarding their emergency health or public health emergency orders remain the same. On August 12th, the public health emergency order was re-emphasizing safer at home orders and then updating the gathering limits. They still continue to encourage actually wearing a mask is in public continues to be mandatory on Navajo lands. And then the public health emergency order again further states that all businesses must comply with the requirements of the public health emergency order, which implemented the orange status for businesses as well as for the schools, and those remain effective. And in both of those, for businesses and schools, their masks are mandatory. Indian Health Services distributing all 3 vaccines, and that is what has been reported with IHS, that all 3 COVID-19 vaccines are, as of 9/27, Navajo area has received almost 300,000 doses and administering at least 263,000 and 249 doses. So they're pretty much giving out everything that they're receiving to individuals on Navajo. And then all Navajo Nation government employees are required to be vaccinated. So this kind of comes in 2 different ways. As according to the press release received on September 27th, the Navajo Nation Council has passed legislation which required COVID-19 vaccinations for all Navajo Nation government employees. So, and then they voted on that in 12 in favor and 6 opposing, where this bill urges all Navajo-owned businesses, Navajo-owned enterprises, authorities, and corporations and businesses, including schools and entities operating within Navajo Nation boundaries, to promptly adopt COVID-19 vaccination requirements. And this is also in the August, press release in August. The President Nez also exercised his executive authority by issuing the executive order which mandates vaccination for all tribal employees. And then the health advisory for 40 communities state that in the as far as uncontrolled spread of COVID-19 advisory, there were 40 communities that was experiencing high transmission, and that is up by 5 communities since last report. As far as Hopi, on September 21st, the message from Mr. Royce Jenkins, who is the Director of Public Health Authority, expressed strong consideration to take advantage of the Hopi Health Centers, Hopi Healthcare Centers appointments or walk-ins for COVID-19 vaccinations, and they're very much encouraging everybody to vaccinate, and which continues as far as the everyone who's age 12 or older. The director, Mr. Jenkins, has asked all Hopi individuals 12 age and over to get vaccinated. So those are all ongoing for Navajo Nation lands as well as the Hopi tribe. Thank you for your time. I'll turn it back to Shannon.
Thank you, Rose. So that's our presentation for today. We're certainly available to answer any questions that council might have for us this afternoon.
Council, any questions?
Thank you.
I have a question, actually.
Okay.
So I noticed that the regional hospitals, Banner and Page, FMC as well, is no longer reporting disaggregated capacity numbers based on staffing levels for ICU, med-surg, or the emergency department. Could you let us, public know and council, why exactly that is the case?
Sure. So this information used to be reported to Coconino County Health and Human Services each Thursday before the weekly report was published. Because this information is no longer a requirement under the Arizona Department of Health Services tracking for K through 12 schools, they've discontinued accepting that information and then reporting it out to the public. So it no longer is part of that school's report.
Thank you. And is that, does the state have the only jurisdiction over that, or would, for example, if Coconino County Health desired to get that information, do they have the jurisdiction to do so, or is that only through the state?
I don't know an answer, Mayor, about jurisdictional rights or opportunities. I certainly can ask that question. If they were wanting to accept that information voluntarily, could they request it? I don't know that they can mandate that reporting. I would have to ask.
Okay, thank you. If you could look into that, I'd appreciate it. I think it's important to know not just our bed capacity, but the staffing capacity disaggregated by the actual departments within the hospitals that are in particular stress right now. So I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, I can follow up and I'll let council know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that brings us down to agenda item 9, which is our appointments, particular for our Heritage Preservation Commission. Councilmember Salas, then myself, and then Councilmember McCarthy will be providing three recommendations for appointment. One is for the professional appointment and 2 for at-large. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honored to renew the appointment of Commissioner Emily Dale as professional appointment to a term expiring December 2023.
Second that.
That's seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I would like to nominate Amy Horn for the at-large appointment for a term expiring December 2022.
I'll second that.
That's seconded by Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I nominate Shelley Dia to a term expiring in December of 2022.
I will second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We're down to agenda item number 10. This is our liquor license public hearings. We just have one tonight. This consideration and action on liquor license application for Craig Garland Spivey, Bolskis, 4650 North Highway 89, Series 12, as a new application. Do we have individual from the yeah, there we go. To present this, public hearing is open, if I didn't mention that. I saw that look from Sterling. Do we have any report from the police regarding any marks on the applicant or anything to that effect?
Yes, Mayor. Ryan Turley with the Flagstaff Police Department. I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding the application in front of you. I found no derogatory records for the applicant nor the business. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, if the applicant would, I do believe we have him here on screen. If you'd like to say a few words, you're welcome to, or otherwise we can proceed.
I just wanted to thank you guys. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm really excited about Flagstaff and doing the project here at the mall. So thanks for considering my application. Look forward to meeting you guys in person. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be there today. So, but this is going to be a fun project. So I'm looking forward to seeing everybody.
Excellent. Thank you. And is it pronounced Mr. Spivey or Spivey?
Spivey, yes, sir.
Spivey. Excellent. Well, thank you much. Do we have any public comments on this?
No, Mayor.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to invite Mr. Spivey, right? Spivey?
Spivey, yes. Ma'am.
Mr. Spivey, to talk about, because this is a Series 12 restaurant license,
Yes,
and the project is at the mall. I invite you to share about what this new concept of restaurant is going to happen, and just share what the business is all about.
Okay. Well, so I'm sort of not like a traditional bowling alley as you would think. So I focus more on sort of my food program and bar program. We have the entertainment for the bowling, which they're league certified bowling lanes that we're installing. But I'm sort of a food background. I was a meat specialist coming out of school, and so I have a strong restaurant presence. I've been working on this project in Flagstaff for a little over 2 years already. I live in the area, and I feel that there's a large need for the restaurant that we're doing there. So we have a large area there in the mall. The mall was originally planning on opening a container park back there, which would have serviced food for a larger area. And so instead of them doing the container park, they gave the space to me. So I'm going to provide more seating and provide more of a destination for a restaurant and eating there. We do lots of events, corporate parties, and that generally is quite a bit of food as well for those events. So we focus hard on our restaurant business. We qualified as an RRF applicant in our other business. And so I just anticipate a large food sale there. Spoken with the alcohol authority there, and if we don't achieve what we want on the food, then we'll definitely be able to make some adjustments. But I definitely feel like there's a need for us there, and we're going to be able to feed a lot of people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have another question with probably Mr. Spivey or Sergeant Turley, because they're going to plan to serve alcohol until 2 o'clock. So I am guessing there's a separate access to Bolski from the parking lot at the mall. So they won't access the general doors to the mall.
Yes, ma'am. That's a great point. We've worked on that really hard with the owners of the mall, with JCPenney, who is our neighbor. We have a dividing area. We do have access in the back. We will direct our customers to come and go from the back. We do realize that customers will park on the front side of the mall and come into our business, and then at the time, the mall will close. So the mall has been working with me on that. There's a dividing wall that the mall is going to be putting up inside the mall that will not allow customers to access other areas of the mall, except for going in and out of the front and back of the mall area between us and JCPenney's.
Thank you, Mr. Spivey. Mr. Mayor, I also want to recognize that Ms. Bonnie Boucher, who's the general manager of the Flagstaff Mall, is in the audience.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? All right, with that, I'd like to close the, we got Shimoni here.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment. I'm just excited to see these new endeavors and efforts at the mall and this revitalization of the mall and thinking outside the box, and very excited about your future plans. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to close the public hearing, and I'd like to motion to forward the application to the state with a recommendation for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We're down to agenda item 11. This is our consent items for the holiday cheer lights, as well as the construction contract with Schultz Contracting. Council, do we have any questions for staff regarding the consent items, things you might want to pull out for discussion? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 11A and 11D.
All right. 11A, so the public knows, is the Flag Lights LLC DBA Holiday Cheer for the city's Holiday Lights and Decoration Program in the amount of $59,440. Staff recommendation is to approve the annual service agreement with Flag Lights LLC DBA Holiday Cheer and execute a $59,440 contract. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor.
Actually, Mayor, could we get a motion for the remainder of the items on the consent agenda first? That would be B, C, and E.
Yes. Would you, or unless we have others that would like to be pulled out? Well,
And just to clarify, which two did you pull, Councilmember Shimoni? A and D?
A and D.
Okay.
A and D. Okay. I thought I heard B.
D is in David.
So it would just be a motion to approve the all items on the consent agenda other than A and D.
All right. I'd like to motion to approve the consent items or everything but A and D. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So now for flag lights. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to invite Heidi. I see you've already turned on your camera. Thanks for jumping in to join this conversation and maybe just answer a couple questions about this for me and for all of us. 11A speaks to the Holiday Lights and Decoration Program in the amount of $59,440. And obviously, I think it's a great benefit to the community's well-being and quality of life, and is something that brings us all a lot of joy. I had asked staff prior to tonight about the potential of expanding the locations of these lighting opportunities. And Heidi, I think there's 68 trees that we light, I want to say in total, but I'm wondering if it's at all possible to expand some of that effort along 4th Street. I had asked about Southside and other areas, but I'm under the impression that Southside doesn't have the capability of allowing for lights due to electrical infrastructure. But I'm wondering, 4th Street specifically, if we could potentially do more than just what we do at that entrance and potentially light up a few of the trees along that avenue. What are your thoughts?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. I'm also joined by Lori Pappas, our Market and Media Relations Manager. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Shimoni. We have looked into doing the poles on 4th Street, and they don't have the structure that we need to do poles. We haven't looked into doing extra trees, but for this year, if we were to do extra trees, we would have to find the funds in order to do so. Part of the reason why the downtown lighting program looks as good as it does, especially on the north side, is that we have the actual district that also pays into doing lighting. So for instance, the Downtown Business Alliance actually participates financially. The actual business owners participate by doing their rooftops. We also include and we invite Southside owners every year, so does the DBA, to actually do more lighting on their own. Some do, some don't. This year we will be adding some lit wine barrel with spruce trees over on the south side. We could see what we could do from 4th Street, but again, we do not have the funding this year to do that. We could actually reach out to owners and see if they have interest. We do know that someone does light the larger tree on the left-hand side of the 4th Street, which is a little further down from our big lit ornament that people take pictures in each year. So there's always a possibility, but we don't have the funding to do it out of the city of Flagstaff or the BBB.
Okay, thank you for that. And I do see Terry is in the crowd with the Downtown Business Alliance, so thank you for your partnership and collaboration with the city on this. I as I mentioned, do really appreciate the effort. I guess in future years, it'd be great to plant that seed now to expand more to the 4th Street and obviously what we can on the south side, just to expand that good energy from downtown elsewhere around the community. Is there anywhere, Heidi, that you can imagine us expanding to this year that makes sense?
So Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, we do not have the funding to expand anywhere. We have the ability to reach out to business owners and to see if they would like to participate more. But again, that is definitely on their dime, which might make it more difficult. What I can tell you we'd like to do, or we could do, is we could get an internal group together. We actually have a group that meets once a month on different projects, which includes Scott Overton, Rebecca Sayers, people from my team, and we could talk about a plan to do further expansion. Amy Hagan's part of that group as well for future years, but we would have to plan this out. And if we do that, then we could also look at funding, and we could actually go into this as a budget request.
Okay, great. That sounds good to me. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to say. Yeah, maybe some sort of graphic call to action for this year, inviting other businesses and nonprofits, et cetera, to join the effort. But yeah, we can continue this conversation offline for next year. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And I'll just add that if we are thinking to expand it to Southside and 4th Street, let's make sure that we always run this by the community associations and make sure that they are involved in the process and that the neighborhoods are on board. So that's all the only plug I had on. I have. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I honor all parts of Flagstaff, and I appreciate the tree lighting program for our downtown. And just as a reminder that 44% of our visitors claim that downtown is their number one activity when they come to Flagstaff. And if you haven't checked out the lights, please do this year. They are absolutely gorgeous. And, you know, our downtown is more than just an area of doing business. It's definitely a destination. So just as a reminder, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
Mayor, if I may just say one last thing, just so that people understand we are trying to expand the holiday light program. The ornament, the lit ornament on the very entry of 4th Street is something that beautification took care of and paid for years back, and it's definitely been very well received. It's just been a great place, actually very safe for people to be able to park and then to walk over there and to take pictures. So we think about safety as well. We don't want to light things where people will get themselves into any type of traffic issues. Also, we just added another holiday lighted sculpture over at the Flagstaff Mall this past year, which you will see that they put it in a location in front of Dillard's. And Dave McIntyre was very helpful in getting that coordinated with Bonnie over at the mall. So again, the program each year continues to expand, but I'll have to get that internal team together to look at what else we could do and bring forward to you at budget time.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion, if you like, on that consent item before we move on.
Move to approve consent item 11A.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Salas, seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, then 11D, now not B, D. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Chief Gaylord, hopefully you are on the call. Oh, there you are. Come on up. I'm going to put you on the spot for a second, just because I am very excited about this grant and these funding that we're receiving. And I just wanted to take a minute to allow the public to better digest what's in this, along with the council, and specifically speaking to the rescue component. Can you speak to what a rescue is and what this is going to fund and allow for?
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, Council, Councilman Shimoni, the rescue is probably you'd know it as an ambulance body. So for us, we don't provide primary transport, but it gives us an alternative to provide a fire engine response, if you will, to emergency medical calls, which generates most of our activity. We have been, since I've been in this community, just over 8 years, it's been a strategic goal for the fire department to add 2 more rescues on the street. And that's been a function of analysis that was done over probably 15 years ago. And the call activity has been just tremendous, and the tremendous growth of call activity. So it's going to really allow us to give a little bit of relief to some overworked fire companies. We're going to be sending a very nimble response. Our team is extremely excited about the opportunity to bring some folks in and add to the daily response capability to take some of that tremendous workload off of some of our stations. The other thing I just have to acknowledge is Chief Bills, Deputy Chief Jerry Bills continues to be just a complete otherworldly grant writer, and we're so fortunate to have him on our team helping us out. I'm not sure where his registry is at, but it's in the millions and millions of dollars of successful grant applications, and so we're very grateful for Chief Bills and all his work. We're excited about this opportunity.
Thank you, Chief. And just so everybody knows, the grant amount is for $1,436,864.10. That is a fairly large number, and that's incredible. So, yeah, thank you to the team that worked on that. And I just wanted to say, while I have the mic, this is something that's really important to me as an elected, and Chief, you know that this is extremely a point of passion for myself, trying to create more nimble options for our firefighters to be able to respond to the call rather than having to bring out the big old truck and respond to every call with a truck. We hear that often from the community, that truck is a best use of our funds, et cetera, et cetera. And through a lot of work, I've come to learn that we need to just enhance our effort and build upon it with rescues. And so here we are doing that. I believe we funded a rescue in the last budget retreat, and now this will fund, I believe, a second one. And so that's very exciting news for myself and also for the community. So thank you, and I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Mayor.
We're grateful for the support from City Council. Thank you.
And with that, I'll go ahead and put forward a motion just to get that going to approve the grant with the Department of Homeland Security for 11D.
I second.
I have that motion by Councilmember Shimoni, seconded by Councilmember Aslan. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. I saw a lot of hands on the trigger for that second motion around the table, so. All right, that brings us down to our routine items. Agenda item 12A is a consideration and approval of contract, a change order number 4 with Peak Engineering Incorporated in the amount of $115,353.34, and add 540 calendar days for the design work associated with potential alternative alignment of the new J.W. Powell Boulevard extension to 4th Street. Staff recommended action is to approve change order number 4 with Peak Engineering Incorporated in the amount of $115,353.34 and add 540 calendar days to the design services contract.
Good afternoon, staff, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, David Peterson, Capital Improvement Project Manager. I have a presentation to share this afternoon, and I'm just going to turn off my camera to share that presentation. Can you hear me all right on your end?
Yep.
Excellent. So this is John Wesley Powell Boulevard Specific Plan Study. Tonight, we're going to provide an update as well as request change order number 4. A lot has transpired in about the last year. We were in front of council last October to discuss the path forward. So I look forward to tonight's discussion and bringing a little up to date on what we've been working on the last year, as well as paving a little course for what we're going forward with here in the next continuation of phase 1. So here within the green circle, you can see the extent of our project. We have 4th Street coming down from the north, and we have existing John Wesley Powell terminating here on the southwest corner of the circle. But our entire project is within the confines of this green circle here in the screen. Throughout this presentation, I'm going to refer to small parcel property owners and large parcel property owners. It's simply demarking the difference between those that are within this red bounding box here. The green parcels are just county island parcels, and the orange ones are city parcels. And then the large parcel property owners are those that are outside of that red highlighted box, and include those like Canyon Del Rio, Little America, Cemetery companies now that has purchased this former Arizona State Trust land. A little refresh on the team. We've engaged a lot of city staff, including in this last year, we've been working with sustainability and looking at climate-friendly vendors for moving into phase 2. I really appreciate the support of Nicole and Jenny and their team. The community service providers that we've worked with, Mountain Lion, Metro Plan, FUSD, State Land Department, Arizona Forestry, and Fire Management, Northern Arizona Healthcare, Flagstaff Arts Coalition, the Postal Service, and especially Arizona Game and Fish, looking at wildlife corridors, which we'll touch on a little bit further on in the presentation. Also joining us tonight, we have Julie Lead, principal from Peak Engineering, and they also have consultants on board going forward with Swaback, Chalier, Intellis, and Beta PR as well. So in this project is multi-phased. We are currently in phase 1. Last October, we presented the land use framework. And this framework looked at a lot of these community providers that we worked with to talk about what kind of infrastructure would be needed along this alignment. And this framework was used in the modeling, testing a set of assumptions is really the best way to put it, along with a 30% roadway utility design. That came along with utilities like water, sewer infrastructure, as well as roadway design. And then we also had the focused public involvement, which really focused in on the property owners that were adjacent to the South 4th Street corridor versus in phase 2, where we're looking at a wider community-wide public involvement. So this was really just focusing in on those that were directly impacted by the alignment of the project. So we spent a lot of time, and I'll go over that in the coming slides too, with those property owners. Phase 2, we move more into the specific area plan, regional plan update, and then again going to that community-wide public involvement. And Sarah Dector is on the phone here tonight as well to join us if there are questions in moving into phase 2. And then beyond phase 2, looking at partnerships, potential funding opportunities, and conceptual development plans. This is the beginning of planning is really how I like to describe it. We're in very initial stages. We'll have many more meetings with council going forward with design and with planning. We are here tonight to talk about change order 4 and just what is entailed in that. But again, that is going back to looking at the 30% design, which won't go past 30% until we get into phase 2 and planning, and then we'd come back to design after that. So we are at the beginning of the beginning. So the focused public involvement, we had an open house, a very successful open house back on the 28th of January. We promised to answer all the questions that were presented there. I think we went for about 4 hours. Well attended. We had 107 invitations sent out and about 45 households that attended that meeting. And then we followed up with that meeting on what we offered were one-on-one follow-up meetings with the small parcel property owners. And that allowed those parcel members to look at a sketch of their parcel and how it might be impacted by the alignment coming through there, what the right-of-way might look like in context to their specific parcel. And that's something that Peak joined us in with those meetings as well. So we were able to really hone in on the specifics of a parcel to each individual property member. So those meetings conducted from February to about March of this year. And then following that, starting in May, we started meeting with these large parcel property owners. And those are continuing at this time. We've met with a couple of them, but we have a handful more to meet with as well. And then just going over, we had obviously positive and negative feedback from all the property owners along the alignment. And I just wanted to kind of sum up some of the comments that we had here that had commonality, the top 5. One was the road width and the traffic volume that this roadway would bring to the area, the property needed from each owner, and then also the vehicular access to and from their properties. Many of them own large trailers, what that would look like to their individual property, and also a change of the setting and safety for the children and animals. This is a very unique eco town on the edge of town, and just being aware that there's wildlife corridors in this area. Many of these families, have children, so there was certainly an aspect that they wanted to bring up in that meeting, and we appreciated. And then there was also excitement for the availability of water and sewer services. Many of the people that are out here are on cisterns, many harvest rainfall, and one really good feedback point that we learned during this meeting was a filling station. So many of the people that are out there that have cisterns have to go to the mall, or they have to go to South Lake Mary Road to fill up a water trailer to bring it back to have water. So if we can reduce those miles traveled to have a local filling station there, the community was very supportive of having that facility closer to them. And then that brings me to the opportunity from large parcel property owners, and this support for why we're here tonight is the support for this potential new alignment, and very exciting to share this development with the council and the community. Before we jump into that, I just want to go over the previous change orders and how we got to number 4. Back in November of 2018, we had an alternative alignment study with the options that were known at that time. So I state it that way because the option that is present today was not an option back in 2018. So that alternative alignment was not studied at that time or be able to be investigated at that time. That change order added 96 calendar days to the contract and a little under $13,000. Change order 2 was in June of 2020. And that was a no cost increase change order for 262 calendar days to the contract. And that allowed us to further discussions and really hone in on the scoping of where this project was headed. Change order 3 was last October, and we were looking at expanding the scope for a more extensive public involvement with those residents that are along South 4th Street. So really, it allowed us to share that data that I just shared on the previous slides with that change order 3, and that also added 30 calendar days and little over $41,000. So scope of services in change order 4, and why we're asking for another change order tonight, is looking at project management and greater public involvement. So we'll have continued meeting with those property owners, likely another open house, probably an update to council as well in there. We're looking at a conceptual roadway design. So the property owners that we reached out to for tonight's meeting, we sent out an email to those 107, and then we also sent out a snail mail letter letting those property owners know that there was a meeting tonight to share an update. But the point here is that the design for this alternative alignment is simply that 30% design. And there was concern that this the new final alignment, that this was going to be the exact alignment, and that's not the case. We needed a platform to begin investigating the potential for an alternative alignment. So if this is found during this period of looking at this alternative alignment to be a successful alternate alignment, then we will come back to council probably for another change order to continue land use framework, to continue our looks at sustainability, to further that conceptual design of what we're doing with this project. So again, very beginning stages of planning and engineering kind of integrating together. So it's a very unique project on several fronts, but that's kind of one of them. I don't want this to be painted as a picture that this is for alternative alignment and this is for final design. This is simply just beginning the design and working with the environment, the climate aspects that we have along this corridor, along with the property owners, to see if this alternative alignment really is what is in the best interest of the community. Again, we're looking at the public utilities for alternative alignment. So like we had mentioned before, that water and sewer infrastructure. And then this is really exciting one, the reevaluation of resource protection. So Sarah Dector can speak to this, but resource protection in its current facet really focuses on trees, which is excellent. But we are looking to expand that scope as part of Change Order 4 to include wildlife corridors, endangered species, open space and trails, drainage ways, and slopes in addition to just trees. So really having a holistic approach to that resource protection layer. And then as well, because we're looking at alternative alignment, we need to revise our preliminary drainage analysis. And then one of the big things about having a 30% design is that you get what's called an EOPCC, and that is just an engineer's opinion of probable construction cost. So we have to have some level of design to have some idea of what this infrastructure is going to cost. So that allows us to put a little number, not a number, to the design. So as part of this change order, we're requesting 540 calendar days at a cost of $115,353.34. And with that, I can show this exhibit. So as we shared last October, the magenta line was the alignment that we were proposing at that time that was evaluated based on what was known at that time, what was shared at that time. There were alternative alignments looked, and this was felt to be the best alignment because the center line followed property boundaries here. So it was a more representative equal take from the parcels that it needed to be. There were a couple of variations that offset one way or the other, and it was more impactful to certain parcels than another, which leads us to our investigation for Change Order 4. As you can see here, we have a blue line on the east side and a green line on the west side. So the best way to think of these lines here is not so much of we're looking at a green line and we're looking at a blue line, but rather think of them as bookends. So the blue line is probably going to be the furthest east that this new alignment would take, whereas the green line would be the furthest west the new alignment would take. So we have to take into account here that we have a very active wildlife corridor coming up through Hoffman Tank here, which we can mitigate if this alternative alignment does indeed end up going through this area, as well as Fox Glen Park. This is the Rio de flag coming through here following the red dot. So any way that we can leave ingress and egress for wildlife to get in and out of here, it's a good thing for the environment. And then in addition to that, we also have one crossing of the Rio floodplain versus having a large structure down here in the south and a large structure over the Rio here in the east. So we can combine those two in some crossing in some fashion here, as well as working with one of the aspects of engaging so early in this process is being able to continue discussions with these large parcel property owners and having them, as they come forward with development plans, being able to see this infrastructure as a benefit to their development plans too, rather than presenting them straight with this is the alignment, but being able to engage them and having it really be a win-win-win for the community, for them, as well as the small parcel property owners as well.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Aslan has a question on that map.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I just wanted to mention also the Arizona Trail runs through this map. It's going to be in the portion west of the Little America boundaries, running through Symmetry. Can you use your pointer to point out exactly where that is? Is that what you're doing right now?
Yes,
Okay,
Councilmember Aslan, I'm tracing it here. Thank you for mentioning that as well.
And I just did want to confirm, or at least put the idea out there, that there should be a tunnel for those through hikers to use, so they can go under the road, and that would provide nice wildlife attribute as well.
Councilmember Aslan, yeah, it's a great benefit that we've been able to engage Arizona Game and Fish as well. They have a nationwide expert in wildlife crossings and corridors, and we've had several meetings with them looking at actually caller data for activity in this area as well. But yes, we would have a separate, grade separated crossing there, so the trail and wildlife would not have to walk over the roadway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I think we're good to proceed.
Excellent.
Councilmember Salas.
With that, I wanted to mention that, go ahead. I'm concluded with my presentation. I just wanted to point out the website and the QR code. But with that, yes, please, I'm happy to answer questions or comments.
Okay, and just so you know, we do have 3 public participants as well. So, yeah, but if you have a question, then that would be.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Mr. Peterson, thank you for your presentation. Can you please switch back to the previous slide with the 3 colors? Yes. Looking at it with the regional transportation planning perspective, are we looking at J.W. Powell expansion and extension as a main arterial road that feeds I-17 and I-40 and connect our urban centers? And I see Mr. Jeff Bowman, to our traffic engineer, in the audience.
Councilmember Salas, did you say that Jeff Bowman was coming up?
I think Mr. Rick Barrett, too, is here.
If you want Jeff, I could certainly bring him up.
There he is. Wow, thanks. Jeff Bowman, City Traffic Engineer. Thanks for welcoming in. So John Wesley Powell in all 3 alignments, and especially in the magenta, which is what we have currently in the regional plan, is a minor arterial, which is our highest classification of road in the city. Was your question more detailed than that, or was it just looking for classification information? Of course, arterials are moving people across the region, kind of know those things. Would you like more information, or was that the gist of the question?
Yeah, and I just want to confirm that eventually J.W. Powell will be a main arterial road feeding into I-40 and I-17, and also connecting our urban centers, and also paving the way to a future smart, sustainable growth on that side of town.
And Councilmember McCarthy also has a question for you.
Hi, Jeff. We want Jeff. The magenta one that's the one that's in the regional plan, I believe you just said?
That's correct.
So how long has that been kind of known to be what used to be anyway, the preferred alternative? And I realize that there's now some discussion about other alternatives, but how long does that go back? Like 10 years, 20 years, or what?
I believe I've been here since 2000, and I believe that has been the alignment at least since 2000. Someone else, that may be a better Rick question or Sarah question.
I see Sarah.
At least 2000 it was in the regional
I see
plan.
Sarah Dichter saying it's been since about 2000. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Esslin.
We get Jeff. So it looks like the magenta line is significantly longer in length than the other 2. Are there cost savings related with shorter length of road in these two alternatives. So that's one question, and then I have some others.
Thank you for the question. That may be better to David if he has an answer to that.
Councilmember Aslan, I can answer part of that question for sure. I've talked with Julie at Peak Engineering, and she's done some math. Obviously, we don't know the final alignment if it indeed is one of these alternative alignments. But between the green and blue and magenta, it's approximately about a quarter mile to half a mile shorter, depending on obviously which one you're looking at. So yes, there are significant savings in a shorter roadway to build as well as to maintain, as well as miles traveled. So that's a good impact to the climate neutrality plan as well, to have less miles traveled vehicularly. And then we also are looking at construction costs. So like I had mentioned before, we had 2 bridge structures, and granted this bridge structure would be a little longer, but I got to believe there would be some cost savings there as well, building 1 crossing versus 2.
I also want to just sit here again with this concept that I'm hearing a lot in the community, which is that we might not need a 4-lane road here. This is something that I believe there's still a lot we can discuss about. I know it's going to be somewhat of an arterial, but as we're entering into a new paradigm of the way we think about moving and transportation and active transportation and cars on our roadways, we have an opportunity right now and into the next few years to really think forward and consider these stretches of road, whatever alternative we come up with, to be built for pedestrians and cyclists and electric mobility first and car transportation second. I think that's a beat I'm going to continue to hit as we converse about this, because it's part of the conversation in the public and it deserves to be part of the conversation here at the dais. I think this is a both-and scenario, not an either-or. I think we can sort of have our sustainability cake and eat it too, so to speak. Just wanting to re-hit that note again. And as we're thinking about how to design this, I really think it's important that we are talking about the separated bike paths and the pedestrian infrastructure in tandem with the road we're building. And I don't think it's something that needs to be threatening to say out loud that we might be okay with a 2-lane road as opposed to a 4-lane road through this stretch.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I'd like to, at this point, if there's no other questions, get to public participants before further discussion. All right. Sean Chartier.
Never done this before, so I apologize. But my name is Sean Chartier. I am one of the small residents that live on South 4th Street. I would like to talk to you today briefly about what was presented to us and how it terrifies us. So these meetings that were held at the beginning of the year come January, in the public forum and one-on-ones, we were given maps presented as a 4-lane road with a median, with bike paths, with sidewalks. Along with that comes a speed limit, minor arterial road you asked about, of 40 to 45 miles an hour. Now this road is in our front yard. Okay, and it terrifies me. Why does it terrify me? I just retired from the Sedona Fire Department after 25 years. Why is that important? What's the main road going through Sedona Fire? 4 lanes, with median, with bike path, with sidewalks. I wish I could provide to you a slideshow of what it looks like when a body is hit by a car. And this is going through, now you're gonna put this through a neighborhood, a bicyclist hit by a car accident. I know my brothers and sisters in blue work their tails off, but we know 40 means 50. We know people drive intoxicated. We know semi-truck drivers are going to be traveling this. They're going to be tired. They're going to be fatigued. And we just had an accident on Butler the other day with a tow truck plowed over some bicyclists. I get accidents happen. That's why I had a job, right? But to put this type of road in people's front yards My kids are out there playing basketball, throwing baseballs. Halloween's coming, walking door to door, going trick-or-treating. You're going to put a 40-mile-an-hour road feet from our garage and make us sell our property? They talked about acquiring land. They also said if we didn't want to sell, they have ways to acquire land. What is that? Eminent domain, right? So they're going to now make us sell our property, put this road in there. I've been here 5 years. I didn't know about the plan 20 years ago, okay? I found out about it when they had this meeting. Terrifies me. I'm telling you, bodies don't do well against cars. I wish I could put that up there for you guys. I beg, plead, anything. Approve this alternate route. I want even further beyond that, eliminate anything that puts this type of road through a residential neighborhood. It is too dangerous. You have the capability right now, like you just said, to change this, to impact this, to improve it, build boundaries, big buffers, build shoulders, whatever you got to do. You have vast swaths of open land. You have the power. Don't put this in our front yard. You don't want those slides that I have that I'll never get rid of in your heads, because you will, I promise you. I'm not trying to be a scare tactic. That's just the reality of a 40 to 50 mile an hour road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chartier. All right, Andrew Richardson.
Okay, unlike Sean, I'm not going to just wing this. I got some notes. So thank you, Mayor Deasy, and thank you, Mr. Peterson, for your presentation, and Councilmember Aslan for your comments. My name's Andrew Richardson. I live with my wife, our 7-year-old daughter, and her pet chickens on South 4th Street. And like many of our neighbors, I would like the city to explore alternative routes for the JWP extension, and I'm here to ask you to support Change Order 4. My specific concerns include safety. So I'm concerned about the safety of children, pets, and property, and the dangers that this arterial road will bring. Imagine living in a house fronting directly on Milton, with just a dozen yards from the curb to your front door. I don't think it's what anyone would want in a residential neighborhood. I'm also concerned about our environment. Air pollution, carbon dioxide emissions, and polluted runoff from a major artery, as well as loss of wildlife populations and forest habitat. At 7:30 this morning, my daughter and I was on our way to drop her off at school. We saw 50 elk in the woods before we got out to Butler. We'd like to still be able to see those animals in our property in 10 years, but that won't happen with this planned alignment. Finally, property rights. It's not clear to me why a road that will bring a huge financial windfall to developers would be forced through a small neighborhood that doesn't want it there in the first place. So I therefore ask you to approve Change Order 4 to investigate alternative alignments of the JWP extension. But more generally, I just want to say that I'm really against the road itself for sustainability reasons. I think development projects like this will make it much harder for Flagstaff to meet its sustainability targets, including reduced greenhouse gas emissions. It will stress our water resources. It will fragment the natural ecosystems that we rely on for recreation opportunities and spiritual renewal. I think it's inconsistent with the mission statement of the City of Flagstaff, which this meeting started off by repeating. And so I think there has to be a better way to do this than a high-speed, 4-lane arterial that is not designed with a focus on sustainability. Thank you. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this matter and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. We have Kyle Maycumber. Cool.
So, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My wife encouraged me to exercise some kindness. And so I generally am not as just friendly maybe as even Sean and Andrew. But being my neighbors, I would just like to start off by saying that your concern for the community, your concern for us as residents is very apparent. And, you know, we feel heard, which, again, to reiterate maybe what Sean said at the beginning, was not the case when we were first, you know, at the open house. We felt ramrodded, we felt threatened. And so feelings are one thing, but there was a very communicated sense of inflexibility. We were told, in no uncertain terms, that despite our wishes, there would be a 4-lane road coming through. Looking at the drawings that were proposed, and I understand they're preliminary, I myself am in the business of designing and building custom homes. So I get the process that it takes to float an idea and meet with the clients and meet with governments and figure out what's going to be allowed to be done and what can be financially done. But what was given to us, looking at my neighbors' drawings, the things that they were shared during their one-on-one meetings, the neighbor to the north of me, his property would be cut to where he's losing probably an acre and a half of his property. The road and the sidewalks would be within 15 to 20 feet of his garage door. The neighbor to the northeast of me would have a 20-foot retaining wall right out front his garage, and he would be forced to drive through his neighbor's yard to access the road. These aren't things that we're fearful of or that we were afraid of. These are things that were proposed to us in the drawing. And to have any government propose things that way, you'd understand, feels very threatening and very confrontational. Doesn't feel very hopeful. And so I've worked really hard to not be combative, but to see you guys as an ally. And just really appreciate genuinely your time and willingness to listen. This is exciting. This potential is very exciting for a number of reasons, but the biggest one that stands out for me, just even looking at that graphic, is that how many hundreds of thousands of acres of national forest and public lands are not cut off if that green route is used instead of the purple one. So anyway, just please continue to be an audience. We depend on you very much to hear us and represent us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maycomber. And I believe Councilmember Aslan has a question for you.
Don't go away. I was wondering if you could point out where you live. Oh, there's a TV in front here.
Yeah.
You can come around and point it out specifically.
So my property.
Somebody controlling the mouse might already know.
So my property is this corner right here. Yep.
Great. Okay, I was just curious about that.
Yes, I stand to lose about 1 3/4 acres, or have it be.
Go ahead, get back behind the podium there.
Yes, I stand to lose approximately 1 3/4 acres of my 4-acre parcel. And that's not to say that I wouldn't have access to it. It's to say that the proposed modification has a significant amount of runoff and very aggressive drainage, as well as some culverts and stuff like that. And
well, I'll share with you. I think one of these alternatives makes a ton more sense. It doesn't make sense to me that we're bifurcating existing properties when so much of the other area hasn't been developed yet, and we can choose. We have great flexibility in how all of that comes down to pass. And finally, I was wondering if you could take your mask off just for a second. I want to see your beard.
It's probably got a shelf in it now.
Right. Yeah. Very nice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have beard envy. That's all right. It's all right. I got a full head of hair. It's okay.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm starting to lose it up here before I've gotten it fully down here. All right. Well, Council, to be honest, I think this is a no-brainer. I personally do not want to see your land taken from you and affect your families. And as it pertains to being an arterial road, I think that's going to be an important conversation to have later on. We're on a mission to be able to do bike, ped, and to really change how we are structuring our infrastructure in the city. That will be a future discussion, but as it pertains to what we're deciding on tonight, which is just surveying the land and seeing which route it could be, I am definitely in full 110% support of looking at these alternatives. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, am in full support of finding an alternate route to, and I'd also like to echo what Councilmember Aslan said, that if there's the possibility of a 2-lane road that still moves traffic efficiently, I would be very in support of looking at that. And I'd just like to thank all of the landowners that are in this path for coming to the table and trying to find a solution that works best for everyone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sweet and then McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am in support of the alternative approach, and I just want to thank staff for really making sure that our community is heard. It's very apparent in this approach. It works, and I can't thank you enough. I have lived actually in this community before, and I know the tranquility and their quality of life, and I would hate to see that destroyed if we can help it. So it looks like we have some good alternatives, and as we move forward, I am too in support of the sustainability aspect. And I just thank you again, everyone, for supporting this.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that the two most important things we need to take into account is wildlife corridors and not, putting 4-lane roads in people's front yard. So it sounds like that will lead to either the blue or the green or somewhere in between. I do want to speak to another issue, though, and that's that the purpose of this road is to provide infrastructure and transportation for a lot of new homes that don't exist yet. And so while a 2-lane road might be completely appropriate right now, I think we also need to look at the build-out. And, Jeff Bowman and company will look at that. And we need to do that in a rational manner, but I have a hunch that we will be able to justify a 4-lane road very easily based on the number of homes that are going to be built down there. And the final comment, which is kind of going back to my first comment, is that I think the large landowners, be it Little America or whatever out there, are probably way more capable of adapting and providing future development in such a way that this road will not be detrimental to the area, where the Purple Road, it's unfortunate, but it's probably very difficult to provide a route that doesn't impact a lot of homes. So I think that's where my position is. If anybody has any questions, here I am.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's important to note that the J.W. Powell Boulevard extension is part of the regional plan, and as mentioned by Councilmember McCarthy, is to provide transportation infrastructure for future smart, sustainable growth and development on that side of town. I do recall at previous council discussion in October 2020, we talk about a vision of complete streets, 4 lanes with medians, with bike and sidewalks and bike lanes and connecting trails along as a lane for transit. So that's why we're back to the drawing board. So the question at hand now is to approve the change order number 4 to continue with exploring these options. Very mindful that we heard our residents affected by potential acquisition We are hearing you loud and clear. That's why we're here to explore alternative options. But keep in mind, this will be a main arterial roadway, complete streets with hopefully fiber optic infrastructure. With that, I move to approve routine 12A, consideration of change order number 4 with Peak Engineering in the amount of $115,353.34 and add 540 calendar days for the design work associated with the potential alternative alignment of the new J.W. Powell Boulevard extension to 4th Street.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Shimoni, were you wanting to say a word before we?
I would.
Mayor, we would need to have a second.
I'll
before.
second that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and jump in now.
Yep, go for it.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, community members, leadership, staff, and council for the discussion and for sharing your insights. I want to start off by saying we have excellent staff at the city, and I've really learned to appreciate and respect all of the staff we have because our jobs are not simple, and especially during times of growth that we're experiencing, we have a mandate to accommodate that growth, but yet the tensions of growth are very challenging both for the community and for leadership and for us as electeds to navigate, right? So here we are doing that, and our staff are nimble, and are folks who have compassion and listen to and respect the community. And so this agenda item, to me, is just a sign of the respect that the staff has, not only for the work at hand, but the challenges and the respect of the needs of the community and trying to find that balance. So very exciting, and kudos to our team for that. The topic that I think we're talking about, other than, well, I guess in general, we can talk about sustainability, but I think what I'd like to bring my focus to is the idea of right-sizing of our roads and that shift in culture of approach that we're talking about tonight, especially from what I'm hearing from council and from staff. But we're talking about a culture shift. And Jeff, if I can get you back up here one more time, because I've run into some obstacles in trying to adjust some of the things I think are important that I'm hearing come up tonight as well on this topic. And I just wanted to, ask you to explain to us what it is that guides speed limits specifically, and how do we change that as a council body? Because, we're talking about Beulah next or later tonight, and that's a topic that, I personally pushed hard on you all to try to find alternative speeds. Not to get into that conversation, Sterling, but on this conversation in regards to this path, can you speak to what it is that guides our speeds, and how do we change that?
Sure, thank you for the question. So, speeds. So this road, as we talked earlier, is a minor arterial, highest classification of facility in the city. So intended to move people from one part of the community to the other, as opposed to collectors and then down to local streets, which focus on access, slow speeds, access to adjacent properties. This is typically limited access to adjacent properties and moving people long distances. So with that regional plan classification, we roll down into our engineering standards, which talk about those characteristics of each facility type. Arterials, as you all have noted, either are 4 lanes or 2 lanes, have a raised median. Today, the typical section has bike lanes on both sides, but we all know what we've been talking about, moving the bike lanes behind the curb. This particular road has a foots trail on kind of the south and east side, but that probably will change if we're doing separated bike facilities and so on and so forth. So cross sections come out of the engineering standards, and so do things like the vertical curves. How a shorter vertical curve on a slower street, longer vertical curves on a higher speed street. Same with horizontal curves and speed limits, and all of those things land in the engineering standards. So I don't know what exactly we've been looking at on design speeds for these different green, purple, and blue roads, but typically arterials coming out of the engineering standards In an urban context, which I think this is ultimately more urban or at least suburban, is 40 or 35 miles per hour for a design speed. And posted speeds in an urban area would typically follow those design speeds, as opposed to rural areas where often the design speed is higher than the posted speed.
So thank you for that, Jeff. And my follow-up
It was
question.
a long story to get there, but I think
that's good.
That's the story.
So, Jeff, if this council body were to agree that we'd like to see that standard changed, how would we go about that?
You would like to see the engineering standards changed.
In regards specifically to speed allocation.
So yeah, you would have staff revisit the engineering standards is what it sounds like you're looking for design speed, which would actually carry through to several elements. If you were looking to change speeds, you would also change many other elements to match that.
Is that done? Can we do that through the ATMP?
Not the same thing. So engineering standards are adopted by council. We periodically come every couple of years for updates. I think the last round of updates was the lighting standards, the SLEDs stuff. So it's that, if you remember that process, it follows roughly that same process. So not necessarily part of the ATMP. That's a planning document. It's a little different.
Okay, thank you. So definitely interested in that, and I'll bring that up later. Because thank you, thank you. You can sit down. That's helpful. As the former firefighter mentioned, at these speeds create significant concern for pedestrian safety. And I just wanted to share some quick numbers with the group. Statistically, the risk of death from a cyclist or a pedestrian at 23 miles an hour is 10%. At 32 miles an hour is 25%. 42 miles an hour is 50%. And then above 50 is 75%. So I'd love for us to take into account in the calculation of what speeds we should be utilizing, the health and safety of our public. And I think that's next on the list of things to do as we continue to work through the changes in the evolution of our design standards. So again, it's been a pleasure working with our team on these things, and I think that we've accommodated a lot of the ideas that I've really wanted us to accommodate, but I think what's next is speed limits and the amount of lanes, the two major points, the right sizing of roads and traffic demand management approaches and strategies, but you know where my mind's at on that. So very excited to see this move forward. I definitely support it going to commissions and back to council. I'd love for us to explore 2 lanes, as Councilmember Aslan brought up. I think that's a brilliant idea. Maybe 3 lanes with a center, 1 lane each way with a center turn lane. I could see making sense. And then I think, it's the residential feel that people love about Flagstaff. It's that small town feel, that quality of life. And I think we're just growing, and it's how do we want to grow? And with that growth, do we need to accommodate it with just more lanes and assuming that folks are driving? So we'll have more conversations on this. I think that is everything I wanted to share. Looking forward to this further public participation and outreach, and again, gratitude to staff and leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll be brief. So I just want to challenge assumptions a little bit here as we wrap up. I think the idea of 4 lanes going down to 2 lanes can feel threatening, but it's because we're assuming that the future is going to be the way the past was. And I really don't think that's necessarily the case. It's not inevitable. It's not inevitable that we will have to handle the increased volume of traffic that is going to be placed in this area with 4 lanes of travel. I just don't think it is. We have 180 carries 5 million folks to the Grand Canyon a year, and that's 2 lanes. And we're gonna be using roads differently. I would like to see that this road doesn't interface with pedestrians and cyclists. So some of those mile per hour considerations aren't necessarily might not come into play as much as our current thinking has those sort of things interacting with each other. And so these are opportunities. I think there are a couple challenges, but again, I think if we're in a both-and mode of thinking, none of this has to feel threatening, and it can feel like an opportunity. and just one more way that we here in Flagstaff are showing leadership for others to follow. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table from Councilmember Salas, seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. We are down to agenda item 12B, and then we will take a break after this. This is a consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2021-22, and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff clarifying the duties of the Beautification and Public Art Commission and clarifying the procurement code manual procedures applied to expenditures for arts and sciences and beautification funds, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date. Staff recommended action is to read ordinance number 2021-22 by title only for the final time. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sterling Solomon, your City Attorney. I just wanted to let you know that I'm available for any questions. As I mentioned last time, this is simply a matter of housekeeping that we noted that could bring alignment between the BPAC ordinance and procurement rules. It's a fairly simple amendment, fairly simple fix, and recommend Council go ahead with the second read and adoption tonight. Any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you. I move to read ordinance number 2021-22 by title only for the final time.
I'll second.
And that's seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, clarifying the duties of the Beautification and Public Art Commission and clarifying that the procurement code manual procedures apply to expenditures of arts and sciences and beautification funds, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. I move to adopt ordinance number 2021-22.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. All right, it is 4:50 right now. Let's take a 20-minute break, so be back here at 5:10. Yeah, I'm not giving you 10 minutes this time, huh? There you go. We got to get some sustenance here. 5:10, we will restart. Thanks. Team, we're good to go? Okay, everyone is fully snacked and hydrated. So we are down to agenda item 13A. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-46, a resolution to approve an intergovernmental agreement between City of Flagstaff and Lockett Ranches Fire District to provide fire and emergency medical services. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-46 by title only. So moved. Well, we don't have any presentation on this, so are you moving?
Yes, I'm moving. I'd like to
I'm sure
read.
we'll have presentation
We
on
will?
it. Yeah,
Okay.
bear with us 1 second, please.
Yeah, it looks like Chief Gaylord has turned his camera on. Chief, are you with us?
I am, Mayor and Council. The item before you is a continuation of a contractual agreement that the city has had with the Lockett Ranches Fire District since 2006. The IGA continues to essentially make Lockett Ranches Fire Department the City of Flagstaff Fire Department. And this IGA incorporates the provisions and the clarity that the City Council provided in a recent amendment to Chapter 5 of the City Code that was giving us clear guidance on the actual terms of the contract. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Chief. Any questions at this time? All right, you want to do your thing?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to read resolution number 2021-46 by title only.
I second that motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Agenda item 13.
Mayor?
Sorry, yes. City Clerk.
I'll need to read it and then you guys can adopt. A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Lockett Ranch Fire District and the City of Flagstaff on behalf of the Flagstaff Fire Department for fire services.
Move to adopt resolution 2021-46.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we're down to agenda item 13B, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2021-45. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing determination and offers of relocation benefits to persons displaced to make way for the Lone Tree Overpass project, providing for delegation of authority, subsequent council ratification, and establishing an effective date. Staff recommended action is to read resolution number 2021-45 by title only.
So good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Anya Wendell, Senior Assistant City Attorney, and I'm presenting to you on behalf of Bryce Doty, the Real Estate Manager for the city. He has been in Los Angeles working on the Rio de Flag schedule and asked me to present on his behalf. And this is basically a resolution to authorize our two subcontractors to determine and make offers of relocation benefits for property owners who are being and persons displaced by this Lone Tree project. So I have he has a PowerPoint here that I'll just run through briefly. So are you able to see that?
No, we're not at this time. Can you share your screen? Now we can see it.
Awesome. Okay, so just wanted to discuss the relocation benefits approval process really quickly. So again, here's the project location for the Lone Tree Overpass in Flagstaff, that yellow star. And here's what the project will look like when it's, or the general design concept. These are the properties that we need to obtain either fee simple or another property right from a lesser property right. And he's got them all ranked in order of priority here. We have about 18 months to acquire the property rights, is my understanding. We have the yellow ones are owned by BNSF Railroad, and those are a priority one. Priority two are those in red, and those are properties we know we need to acquire the entire parcel in fee simple. And then priority 3 through 5, we're going to be obtaining part of the properties, or the design is not yet complete in those areas. So when this project was approved, there was a decision was made by Capital Improvements Projects that we would follow the Federal Uniform Act process, and I'm abbreviating Uniform Act. It's a long name of the federal law, but anyway, it relates to offering relocation benefits. So the reason when we acquire properties, which we're already in the process of doing, we hired a contractor to do that, which is Ames Construction, and he subcontracted out to 2 subcontractors, which are Todd Belsner and Consulting Engineering Inc. So we're working with a man there named Chris Childers, and they're doing the uniform relocation benefits and property acquisition for us. And basically, the process is we acquire real property rights, which means we get an appraisal. We offer just compensation, just like we would any other property acquisition, which means the fair market value of the land, as well as any damages resulting from a partial taking, if that's involved. And then what's different now is we're also offering relocation benefits, which means we'll find a comparable replacement property will pay for moving expenses and will pay for any personal equipment that's damaged, lost, or stolen during the process. And in addition, there may be some, for businesses, there may be some additional costs like utility relocation or utility connections or new business license or permits that are needed for the new site. So, and then the big picture steps are we notify people of their eligibility, we get the appraisal, there's an appraisal review by another appraiser, the offer amount is approved by the city, and then there's the written offer plus the determination of relocation benefits. And based on that, we end up acquiring the property, and then there's the relocation occurs. Okay, and that's the end of that presentation. The resolution here basically authorizes our two subcontractors to proceed with that process. And the reason we do that is when we have the contract right now just doesn't specify the amount that they're allowed to offer or to the people. It just says they're supposed to do this. And so this really just provides additional authority for them to make the determinations and to make these offers, which most of them are less than 50,000, but some of them do exceed 50,000. And for some of our commercial businesses that need to be relocated, they will be very expensive, and we will be coming back to council with those amounts for your consideration. So, but we do need, for one residential property, we do need authority to offer relocation benefits in excess of 50,000 without getting your approval. And that's because the comparable residential properties we need to offer have to be actually available when we make the offer. And they're selling so fast that we're not able to make any offer to them. And we cannot proceed with our project unless those people are able to get comparable residential dwelling. So that's what we're doing. And with that, if you have any questions or us, please let me know.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions at this time? I'm not seeing any right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to entertain a motion.
I move to read resolution 2021 is it 45?
Yep.
By title only.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilmember McCarthy, seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. City Clerk.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing determination and offers of relocation benefits to persons displaced to make way for the Lone Tree Overpass project, providing for delegation of authority and establishing an effective date.
I move to adopt resolution 2021-45.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember McCarthy, seconded by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're down to agenda item 13C. This is the consideration and approval of contract to approve the professional services contract with Teros Incorporated, DBA Teros Health, the alternate response mobile unit in the amount of $2,583,300. Staff recommended action is to approve the professional services contract with Teros Incorporated, DBA Teros Health, for mobile alternate response team services for 3 years with the ability to renew up to 2 successive one-year terms in the amount of $2,583,300. Deputy City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, Deputy City Manager. I'm here to represent the alternate response team as well as the evaluation committee that considered the responses to the mobile response unit. Wanted to let you know we do have the Senior Director of Crisis Services of Taros Health with us online, David Obergfell, as well as Brian Just, Director of Northern Arizona Crisis Services, here in the audience with us today. I will begin this presentation, and then we will answer some questions that have come up from Council about community policing at the end of this presentation. So the concept of the alternate response model in Flagstaff has been a point of conversation for a few years now. If you attended the ICF Forum on Homelessness, Housing, and Wellness, you would have heard reference there. The city's prosecutor's office, Flagstaff Fire Department, and Police Department have all identified this model as beneficial to help address their needs from an operational standpoint and provide a better level of service to our community. The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, better known as CJCC, has been studying diversion programs and funded 2 groups to go and visit a program to see it firsthand. Most recently, when talking about policing in Flagstaff, the council and community members thought the addition of an alternate response model would provide a more appropriate level of care rather than sending police and fire. The purpose of this mobile response unit is to provide proactive outreach in locations where police and fire are responding to man down, substance use, or mental health related calls. When the unit is not engaged in a proactive outreach call, they will also be dispatched from the 911 dispatch center. This unit will respond to crisis intervention and stabilization services to de-escalate a situation prior to needing police and fire response. The calls for these types of services continue to grow within the Flagstaff community, with 8,320 calls for service in 2019 and 9,078 calls in 2020. Adding this additional response team to address substance, mental, behavioral, or crisis-related calls is of great service to the community. It frees up the fire and police departments to respond to calls needing their expertise and uses behavioral health professionals where they are needed. The city conducted a procurement process beginning with the design of scope of work for a mobile response unit and care center, with the assistance of the fire chief, the police chief, the coordinator of Indigenous Affairs, the city prosecutor, 2 community members, an Indigenous commissioner, the Criminal Justice Institute representative, and a NARBA Institute representative, in addition to council members. This draft scope of work was the topic of discussion at the town hall on February 3rd of 2021, when over 30 local stakeholders were invited to comment on the model and the scope of work. After further considering the feedback from the town hall, the scope of work was finalized and then released on February 26th of 2021. At the close of the solicitation process, the city received 4 proposals. The evaluation committee, which included 4 city staff members, an Indigenous commissioner, which is different than the one that serves on the team, a local service provider, and assistance from a local psychiatrist. After the evaluation committee finished their review, they made a recommendation for Taros Health to provide mobile response unit services and to postpone the care center services contract. The purpose of this postponement was to allow for further refinement of that scope of work after additional community input was received. This mobile response unit contract includes management and oversight of the behavioral health professionals by 2 Taros Health employees, the Health Director of Northern Arizona Crisis and the Senior Director of Crisis Services. Taros will also assign a clinical manager. This manager will provide clinical guidance and consultation in addition to managing the operation with scheduling, serving as the liaison to stakeholders, providing direct observation in the field, documenting the clinical and administrative supervision of the crisis specialists who are assigned to the unit, along with staff training and development. The manager will have the support of a lead crisis specialist who will be working in the field to assist with staff oversight and training and development. The mobile response team will include one behavioral health professional and one firefighter EMT. This team will have joint training on topics such as mission orientation to talk about the purpose and the objectives of the mobile unit, mental health first aid, 8 key actions of psychological first aid, suicide assessment, implicit bias, cultural sensitivity, relevance and humility, T36 involuntary petition process, trauma-informed care, and topics on substance use and homelessness. In addition, there's great opportunities for on-the-job training as these two professionals work together on the unit. The beginning of the response will start with 10-hour shifts, 7 days per week. The team will continue to review data monthly to determine if operations are meeting the community's needs. The unit itself will be a van. The purpose of the van is to allow room for the specialized equipment needed for the basic life safety responses, comfort items such as water and snacks, emergency clothing, toiletries, blankets, and cultural items such as abalone shells, sage, and cedar. There will also be seating to support transportation for individuals who are receiving services. This contract includes both reporting and performance measures. The reporting will provide data on monthly, quarterly, and annual basis to determine if the services are fulfilling the needs and to capture trend analysis over time. There are 3 performance measures, and the metrics will be developed to determine to what extent the Flagstaff Fire Department and Flagstaff Police Department have seen a reduction in calls, a reduction in the number of arrests, booking, and prosecutions for alcohol-related offenses, and last, a reduction in the number of individuals transported to the emergency room for intoxication. The fees for the professional services contract are included over 5 years. The majority of these expenses are for professional staff salaries and benefits, along with their related supplies. The supplies and expenses include office space, equipment, medical supplies and PPE, printed materials, and the comfort items for customers, in addition to the cost of insurance. The first year of the contract is less expensive, given the unit will not be operational immediately following the implementation of the contract. The first 4 months will be spent hiring staff, providing training, building relationships with local stakeholders, and establishing joint protocols of the unit. Taros Health will be charging a portion of the monthly fee these first few months, and they're listed here on this slide for your reference. Recently, during the presentation of the JAG contract, the City Council asked a question about how this mobile response unit would impact community policing efforts or non-initiated call police work. So I've asked Police Chief Musselman to join me and to review the Flagstaff Police Department's community policing program and projects. So may I introduce Police Chief Musselman.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dan Musselman, your police chief. So what is community policing? Community policing is a philosophy of having the police work with community members to reduce crime, fear of crime, physical and social disorder, and neighborhood decay. Community policing calls for the use of creativity, technology, and problem solving, both from the community and the police department, with our overall goal to improve the quality of life for all. We have several community policing programs and community policing projects. Did I miss one? Nope. Several programs and projects that we do. Programs we do yearly. These will not go away with the mobile alternate response team. They'll still be in play. And these are our Citizens Liaison Committee, our Citizens Police Academy, our Downtown Walking Beat program, our neighborhood block watches, which are in several neighborhoods, most notably Southside, Sunnyside, and La Plaza Vieja, deploying school resource officers to our high schools, managing a bicycle diversion program where if you get a citation for a bicycle violation, you can go take a 1-hour class and that fine gets dismissed. And then I listed the mobile alternate response team because it truly is your police department working with other community partners such as the fire department and our mental health service providers. Several of our existing community policing projects will continue to occur. Our traffic safety campaigns, which would be like our red light running campaign, our school zone projects where we do a media release. The senior traffic sergeant hits all the squads, trains all the officers, gives them an update on the violations that they should be looking for, and then we spend roughly a week doing education, followed by a week of enforcement, and then we report out via social media the results of those traffic safety campaigns. So those will still be going even with the mobile art, our graffiti paintovers, our school zone traffic relief, pocket parks cleanup, safer bars training, and our Move It or Lose It pamphlets that we put out. Those are all examples of community policing projects. So those will not go away. What we are hoping does go away is the calls from the citizens saying, hey, Wheeler Park is being overrun with intoxicants. We need you guys out here to do something. We're hoping those types of calls go away with the mobile art. Ultimately, it should reduce our calls for service 5 to 10%, and specifically, these are man-down, public intoxication, behavioral health-related calls, but other community policing programs and projects like I just discussed should continue. I think with that, we'll open it up for questions.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Well, I have a whole list of questions and comments, and I guess I'll start us off, and I'll try to be brief. First of all, this is so exciting, and I am so stoked that this agenda item is finally here, and we are moving forward with Teros in this discussion. I can't think of a better partner to work with the city, and I'm just so proud of our city team and leadership for having the vision and the willpower to get us to this point, and to the city manager and to this council for finding the money and putting aside the money to make this happen. This has really been a team effort and a long time coming, so very, very exciting. A few questions I do have, so I'm just going to rattle off this list and just hopefully we'll get through it pretty quick. A big, and this might be a question for Brian from Teros more than our team. Am I able to ask Brian to come up? Brian, come on up. Hi, Brian. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And Brian, thank you and your agency for all the work you do in our region and across the state, and now with the city in partnership. Very exciting moving forward. So, Brian, as you know, a big value of mine, and I think too, our effort is to be culturally sensitive. Can you speak to how you envision us doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. We recognize that we live in a very diverse community. Coconino County has a population of, I believe, 25% of individuals who identify as Native American. So we're very aware of and wanting to be sensitive to cultural considerations, recognizing that there's lots of diversity both within and between different cultures as well. We strive to have a workforce that represents the community that we serve. We also strive to make sure that we have staff who have experience working with diverse cultures, with Native American cultures, both on and off the reservation, and we do have that with our current existing services, and we'll strive to maintain that with these additional services as well.
That's great, and I guess my comment is I really hope that we can embrace these cultural differences internally as we create this model and move forward, rather than adding them at a later time to the plan. And I know that's difficult due to XYZ, but whatever we can do on that front, I personally really see a value in, and would like to continue, hearing updates to that one as we continue down this path together and strive for that excellence of service. I read in the contract that, in terms of food, the options weren't necessarily they were fine, but I guess I was hoping that at times the team might be able to actually hand out substantial meals. And I'm just thinking like sub sandwiches kind of thing. Do you think that'd be at all possible?
Yeah, without speaking out of turn, I think we're very interested, all of us are, in meeting with the community, meeting with stakeholders, meeting with community partners to see what all the resources, all of the services are that we might be able to provide. So I don't know at this point more specifics that I can get into, but I know we're very interested in being able to provide a whole wide range of needs for the people that we're coming to meet with.
Right, and I'm sure we'll revisit these topics as we go too, but I'll just put them out front for us as well. And then this comment is for you and also Chief Gaylord, because our fire department is going to be part of this discussion. I don't know why I thought you were on the screen, Chief, but glad you're here with us. Chief and Brian, I read that the outfits that we're going to be wearing is going to be a mix of, I believe, Teros, I forget what the Teros member is wearing, but I know that our fire EMT individuals, I believe, are going to be wearing just their standard fire outfits. Is that correct?
We are having every discussion under the sun, council member. We've been really unable until tonight, depending on the action you take, to kind of work on the details, and we're looking forward to ironing all that out. But the final decisions on how the uniformed group is going to appear, we haven't really worked through all those, but we are considering traditional fire department uniforms and perhaps something else. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to sit down with the new partner and just kind of iron out a lot of details, and that is just one of them.
Great, and so I'll just throw my insight or feedback out, and that just being the more casual, the better. I think, that's really important to building trust, and I think that a lot of my comments come down to building trust, and with this population that for so long has not trusted any government agency or even nonprofit at times. So that's a very big value and a huge obstacle we have to face, and so I know we'll talk more about this, but we really need to come up with a game plan, in my opinion, as to how we build trust with this population and really show them that we're here to support them, we're here to help them, we're here to feed them if they need food, give them a ride if they need a ride, connect them to resources, and do it through cultural sensitivities in ways that they can really connect with. And I know that we all are on the same page about that. Okay, almost done. Brian, I just wanted to say thank you in advance, assuming this moves forward in regards to the trainings. I think that's going to be really impactful to our staff and our team at the city, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that positive impact on our agency. And then the reporting, city manager, I'm not too sure what makes most sense here, but if it made sense for them to come back and report to council semi-annually, that would be great in my opinion, but we can hash out that detail later as well. But I think the council and the community would love to get updates maybe more frequently than once a year. I'm seeing a bunch of head nods, but whatever makes sense that isn't overburdening the effort, I think is great. And then, okay, Chief, so this is initially being set up as a 10-hour-a-day effort. So something I've learned is that it's so important that we all provide a 24/7 service for that trust and accountability in the public's eye, rather than guessing if it were available or not. Can you just speak to what your thoughts are about this 10-hour approach, and are we trying to build to 24/7, or what's the plan?
Certainly, during the negotiation, when we were kind of discussing some of the particulars, we, along with the discussions with Terrell's, kind of migrated from a 24-hour operation on the startup to a 10-hour, and we have the ability with statistical information to know when that 10-hour portion of the day most impacts police and fire. And then that is our interest in trying to prevent big red trucks from going to calls where this more appropriate unit can respond and make a difference. And so we certainly are open to a lot of I guess it's a fluid type of a partnership. We're going to learn a lot. We're open to change as we move forward, whether that includes, we also had discussions on, well, would it be better for us to have multiple units of this type versus a 24-hour unit? We're going to learn a lot about that as we get on the street and we start collecting data. So you'll see this is just a base point for us. And I want to remind everyone that this activity is such a high volume activity in our community. No single unit is going to address the need. We can make a big impact, and we can take some of the stress off of our cops and firefighters and the emergency part of the services we provide. It certainly is something that is important, but it's not a panacea to the demand. And so we want to maybe move forward and make progress. We'll learn a lot, and then we'll come back and we'll take what we've learned and we'll make it better. And that's kind of the approach we're taking with the partners.
That's great. Those are all my comments and questions. Thank you both so much. Hopefully we'll be moving forward with this topic tonight, and I think the community is stoked about this, along with us at the council dais and in the city leadership. So thank you to Fire, thank you to the police department, thank you to Brian and Teros, and I'm extremely looking forward to the work ahead, which I know is going to be very challenging and difficult for us, but I know we'll come out ahead and on top in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Others? Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Anderson, can you please go back to the slide where it lists the professional service contract fees, the grid? Thank you. Can you elaborate on the second highest tag price, which is other?
Yes, Councilmember Salas, that is including insurance, it's including lease of the vehicle, the customer items that they'll have on the van. It includes the PPE, the office supplies, the office space. It's basically all of the tools that the behavioral health professional would need to complete these duties.
Thank you. Looking at that frame again, you know, the personal payroll is the highest price tag. The Steras has the capacity now to fill those positions. Because I understand there's like hiring process for like the first 4 months and training, but I know they have an office in Phoenix. Do they have the human resources capacity now to begin operation of the alternative response mobile unit?
I think the intent of this contract was to hire staff that would be specific to these services. So I'm not certain that Teros Health has staff to be able to cover these shifts for the 7 days a week without hiring. That's certainly why we built that into the timeline, was to ensure that they had adequate amount to recruit and train so that folks will be ready.
Thank you. Can you elaborate on the fringe benefits part of the second line?
So that's very similar to an employee benefit package that a city employee would receive. It's their health insurance, it's their time off, it's their retirement. So it's the benefit piece of the compensation package.
Thank you so much, and I just want to dedicate this time and space, my deep gratitude to every member of staff and every member of the community who have been involved in this procurement process and coming up with this contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I also want to share my thanks. This will be the start of a completely different relationship with crisis and mental health issues in our community. And I think we're all really looking forward to a different way of doing things. In terms of specifics I have two questions. You mentioned the lease of a vehicle, but we also we approved funding for a vehicle. So are these two different vehicles?
So the Taros Health vehicle would be used until we can take possession of the city vehicle that we're looking to purchase. Many vehicles are on back order and aren't currently available, and so we were concerned that we didn't want to delay the start of this work while we were waiting for a vehicle to arrive. So we negotiated the ability to have a Taros vehicle until we took possession, and then also to be a backup vehicle, so if for some reason that went down, we didn't have to not provide services, but we had a backup in place.
Thank you. And the vehicle that we are purchasing, how will it be used, or will it be used in the outside hours of this 10 hours a day?
It actually is not going to be used based on our current plans. It would actually be charging if it's an electric vehicle, because that's one of the things that we've been exploring is how long can electric vehicles actually run? Because when we were originally looking at a 24/7 operation, that limits our ability to use electric. So certainly something we've been looking at, but at this point it will be charging when it's not on the road. Inside a fire station. That's where it'll be stored.
Thank you. And how many staff are we talking about in terms of personnel?
Well, on the city side, we have 3 firefighter EMTs that would rotate shifts. And then on the Taros Health side, we have the 2 directors that would provide oversight. We have a clinical manager. We have a lead crisis specialist. And then they have 2.75 behavioral health professionals. Is that right? Yeah, 2.75.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to this point. Very exciting moment for our city. And I just wanted to weigh in on the updates. I personally feel like I would benefit from in-person quarterly updates for that first year. I anticipate getting a lot of questions from our community, and I think that having that available not only to council but for the community to watch would be important, especially that first year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy.
I'll be brief. I'm supportive. I move to approve item 13C.
I second that motion. Beat ya.
I third it.
All right. Well, I would like to say that this is such a defining moment, and I'm so excited for this movement forward. Before we get to a final vote, I did have a question regarding scalability. I know we're going to be figuring this out and moving forward with the 10 hours for 7 days a week. Does this have to go back to a procurement process, or is there in the contract that, hey, this is working out really well and we'd like to double the amount of what we're doing? We'll be able to maintain this and push forward potentially in future budget sessions?
So we actually have budgeted, I believe it's $776,000 per year for this particular unit outside of purchasing the vehicle. So that gives us space if we want to expand beyond the 10 hours. And we also have the ability to create an amendment to that contract so we don't have to go through another procurement process to be able to expand those hours. The piece that will be crucial is that we give each other enough time to make sure we get the staffing to support it.
Certainly, and I just wanted to follow up on that, as you know, we do look to budget sessions popping up here for future fiscal years. That assuming, we see a lot of the great numbers that I'm expecting from coming out of this, and really helping the community and getting the feedback that we have that scalability factor available in there. But aside from that, I'm really stoked about this, and I really appreciate all the staff, Teros, and all of the work that so many people have put in to creating this new model of emergency response. And I know we're going to learn a lot from it, and we're going to adapt and move forward. And this is just a defining moment, and I thank you all. And with that, I can say we have, Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all the comments. And yes, we are making history here in terms of embarking into this new journey for alternative response in our community. I trust the contract. I trust all the legal details are in place in terms of delineation of responsibility, obligation, and duties for the city and for Teros. I do want to say that I have a reservation in voting in supporting this contract, just being mindful of the previous experience wherein Teros has taken adverse positions against the city, which poses concern for me.
Mayor and Council,
just for me, it's my opinion.
Right, but I would recommend that we not discuss anything further with respect to that unless we go into executive session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you have anything else to add.
So,
please.
because we talk about trust, so maybe this contract will build trust or rebuild trust between Teros and city.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, we do have a motion on the table at this point. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Well, that brings us down to our discussion items. For 14A, that's the Beulah University Roadway Project Bike and Pedestrian Design Discussion.
Hello, Mr. Clifton. Good evening, Mayor. Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm Rick Barrett, your city engineer. I'm going to ask David to do a presentation for us, but I'd like to kick us off if I could. Just a couple of minutes here. So just in terms of some background and history, I might be the one who's been around long enough to have been there personally. So over 20 years now, the Beulah University project started off as a safety project. So realigning University, that intersection where there's two offset T's, that intersection's one of the more accident-prone places in the city. And we've known this for, again, over 20 years. Extending Beulah is also part of that improvement that extends from where it is today at Forest Meadows, extends up to Yale. Both of those projects in combination, we've known of them as the Beulah University project. And it was mentioned in the May 2000, the May 2000 informational pamphlet for the transportation tax, which has expired. Now we have the renewed transportation tax. So in order to advance this safety improvement that was adopted by the voters at that point in time, the city owned land known as the Fresquez property, ADOT owned land right next to it where their district offices were located. So the first thing that staff had to do is we had to figure out how to move ADOT. That was complicated. At that point in time, ADOT, the state of Arizona didn't even have legislation in place that allowed us to do a P3 arrangement. So we had to wait until about 2007 for the state legislature to put this in place. We were very proud to be tracking this with Sterling's office, and we were the first city to partner with ADOT in a P3 manner, and that's when we brought Vintage Partners to the table. So what happened through that arrangement is Vintage Partners now owns what had been the ADOT and the city land, and they are going to develop that. So back in 2017, Vintage Partners processed a zoning case. As part of that zoning case, established a zoning ordinance, and of course there were specific findings that were part of the zoning case, and then ultimately yielded a development agreement as well. There will be, so the traffic impact analysis was an important part of that findings associated with the zoning case. That zoning case and that traffic impact analysis combined with the use that Vintage Partners proposed, very intense use. If I remember correctly, some 1,100 beds. It was at the same time we'd recently worked through the hub project. There was critical concern about how all these students on the opposite side of Milton would get to university, to the university, NAU. So as part of that, the tunnel was actually required of the developer to build. So this tunnel is Vintage Partners' responsibility. You will see here in a couple of meetings, 2 weeks from tonight, the amendment to the development agreement will be coming forward. That amendment will allow the city to control the design and the construction of the project, which right now is actually, per the DA, is Vintage's responsibility to do. Obviously, Vintage and the city have worked this out together, and that's mutual. But then the DA that's coming toward you also allows for the tunnel to be built with the roadways. Because again, it was the developer's responsibility, and not knowing exactly when the development's going to occur, the tunnel being tied to occupancy of that building when it's built. We wanted to make sure, and we wanted to assure to the community that this construction project would be done holistically, so that when we build the roads, we're going to build the tunnel. And that DA amendment is going to provide that for council's consideration. Another thing about the traffic impact analysis is, especially as it pertains to the Milton and University intersection, that'll be realigned, right? So the northern one that comes between Wendy's and Burger King is now going to be dropped to the south, so it lines up with the university that goes into campus. Right, those are the two offset T's I mentioned before. That's the main thing we're accomplishing with this. But of course, that intersection is under ADOT control. So the traffic impact analysis that was approved as part of this P3 arrangement that allowed us to move ADOT's offices, sell the land, and build the city roadways, establishes lane configurations and the lack of crosswalks that we've been discussing. And that is, unfortunately, something that can't be changed at this point in time. So before I let David jump in here, he's got a presentation. He's going to go over the latest design of the roadways and the tunnel. We've been in recent conversation with council, and I hope you see that we've been responsive to the concerns that have come up. And Mayor specifically, I would ask that, we're trying to put a bow on the design of this project so that we can deliver this to the community, as I mentioned, over 20 years now. So if I could ask for some clear direction forward so that we can actually get this design completed. And then the next time you'll see us, we'll come forward with a construction contract, and we're looking at late spring of 2022, May-ish, to get this thing underway. So with that, I'd ask David to jump in unless council has any questions of me at this point in time. Okay, thank you.
We're good. Thank you.
David, you're muted.
Thank you, Stacy. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, David Peterson, Capital Improvement Project Manager. Like Rick said, I have a presentation to share, so I'm going to turn my video off and share that presentation. Here tonight to share with you the Beulah University Roadway Project and the update from our conversation that we started back in June on the ped and pedestrian design. This project is located, many of you are likely aware, a mile north of the interchange between Interstate 40 and Interstate 17. This image here, we have the offset T that Rick was speaking to. So we have University Ave as it exists today, and University Drive going to the east of Milton. So this is that offset T that he was speaking of. This is Target on the east side. We have Burger King, the former ADOT property here on the west side. And then we have the Fresquez property here on the far west side. Those are the extent of this roadway project. And I also want to point out that the exhibits shown in this presentation, with the exception of, I believe, 2, the north is always to the right. So we try to orient him so we're not flipping the exhibit around on you. There's a lot of different directions with this project, but north will usually be to the right with the exception of the roundabout exhibits. I'll mention that when we get to that. First, I want to start off by talking about the design team. The principal design engineer is Shepard Westnitzer, or SWI. They've joined us tonight on the phone as well. And then we have our contributing stakeholders. We have Kimley Horn, led by Mark Lenters, the roundabout expert. And then we have a bunch of City of Flagstaff staff and departments that are on board and reviewing as well. And then we also have ADOT on board to look at review. Obviously, the intersection of University and Milton is under their jurisdiction. So we've been in constant review with them as the plans have gone through the 30% design to the 60% design, as well as encroachment permits and discussion moving forward, obviously with traffic plans going into construction. As Rick mentioned, Vintage Partners has been a partner with us since the P3 Genesis. We have Mountain Lion, Northern Arizona University. This is a key gateway to get into campus. They've been an invaluable partner and will be going forward into construction. Certainly timing with construction and NAU activities and school is paramount to the project. And then as of last week, we had a 7-member CMAR committee that selected Eagle Mountain Construction as a CMAR contractor. So we have a contract that went into place last week for design phase services. So they are brought on board during the end of design to look at ways to reduce costs and expedite and streamline into the construction process. So like Rick mentioned, we'll be coming back in early spring to award a guaranteed maximum price, or GMP, for CMAR services for construction. So that's the next time you'll probably see us in front of council again with that. So I structured this presentation like we did the last one, where we have an inset map, usually on the bottom right, and it's highlighting a certain area of the project. So the previous slide, like we have shown here, is going to go over the features that are going to be shown graphically on the next slide, on the following slide. So if you follow along, I'm going to be that red rectangle is going to be dancing along as we go around the different aspects and legs of this roundabout and this project. So this first section I want to talk about is the southern section of Beulah Boulevard. Here you'll hear the term 11-foot shared use path. To break that down, it is one 11-foot wide sidewalk, but it is a 6-foot sidewalk connected to a 5-foot bike lane, and it'll have a 6-inch stripe down the middle of it. So it is seen as an 11-foot sidewalk, but it is technically a shared use sidewalk. And when I first was looking at the design, I was wondering why the bike lanes are smaller than the pedestrian walkways, but that's because the bike lanes are directional. So because of the directional nature, the 5 feet go to the bikes and the 6 feet go to the pedestrians. So that 6-foot sidewalk, 5-foot bike lane, and 5-foot parkway is mirrored on the east side and the west side in this section. And there's also a bus-only lane, northbound and southbound. And different from our presentation back in June, we have removed those bike lanes that are at the same grade and in the lane of travel off the road and at a different grade. So they're behind curb and they're off street. And again, there's still the signalized crossing on the southern end of this section, along with a 15-foot landscaped median. So here's our graphical representation. Here you can see the signalized crosswalk. This would look similar to the Hawk that's currently in place going over by Galaxy Diner on West Route 66. There's an offset here so that users can see traffic, oncoming traffic, before they cross again. And then you have our 11-foot shared use sidewalk on the west with our 5-foot parkway. Again, mirrored on the east side, we have our 11-foot shared use parkway with our, 11-foot shared use path with 5-foot parkway. And then you can see our northbound bus-only lane and our southbound bus-only lane. And then our 15-foot medians here shown in white. So the next section is really a continuation of what we saw in the southern section. We still have that 11-foot shared use path on both the east and west sides, along with the 5-foot parkway. The bus-only lane does get removed as you approach the roundabout. There's not a bus-only lane in the roundabout, as well as the continuation of the on-street bike lanes being removed. And I'll show on the next slide that there's bike ramps to take those bicyclists that choose to use the road still because that's where they feel most comfortable, to allow them an access point or exit point to get up and off the road going into the roundabout. And then a continuation of the 15-foot landscape medians. So again, here's our 11-foot shared use path on the east side, and on the west side, a landscaped median. And this is that ramp I was talking about. So if users, bicyclists want to use that to exit, they can exit off here before they get to the roundabout, because there's no bike lanes obviously in the roundabout. It's an avenue of being able to get off the street. One thing that's not shown in this design yet, as we're still working to push towards the 90% design, is we're going to have bus stops, both here on this side going southbound and on the east side going northbound. Perhaps the feature that's changed the greatest since our discussion back in June is the roundabout. The roundabout has had a lot of great input from a lot of very brilliant people. I have learned a lot working with these people. There's a separated bike and pedestrian crosswalk, and it is a raised crosswalk. The next exhibit I'm going to show is very busy. It's very colorful. I do want to say that the colors that you see on the exhibit are simply for graphical palatability, not that the ground is going to be those colors when you go out and see the infrastructure built. So I wanted to make that note. And then there's actually 2 exhibits for the roundabout. One is an inset that's a closer, larger scale view because it is so busy on the larger exhibit. So this has changed a lot since we talked in June. As you can see here, this 11-foot shared use path. Here's your directional bike lane shown in light blue. And then we have our pedestrian sidewalk here in brown. And the raised crosswalks, this is really fascinating. There's a shorter, steeper approach ramp that's going to go up approximately 4 to 6 inches. We're still working with the design team to finalize the height, and then a longer exiting ramp after the crosswalk. The thought here is that we want to have no grade change between this shared use path as you cross, go to the median, cross again, and again reach the shared use path on the other side. So keeping that grade level is good for bike and pedestrians, but the main safety facet here is that this causes a traffic calming and a slowing nature to vehicular traffic that's approaching the roundabout as well as exiting the roundabout. And I'll show that. I actually have the east leg on the next slide here in a closer zoom. The green is parkways, which will act as a snow storage in the winter for plowing. The shared use path continues to the east towards NAU. And again, it'll be striped down the middle to differentiate between the sidewalk versus the bicyclist. And that pavement marking sometimes can be textured, but because of our cold climate, we have to have that be a flat pavement marking so snow plowing doesn't rip that demarcation off. Really zooming in here, this is a great way of showing this at a much larger scale. You can see our truncated domes for the pedestrians that allow them to know that they're entering bicycle traffic and then vehicular traffic. And again, you see these domes entering and exiting the median and on the far side as well. Same for the bicyclists as well. You see the truncated domes entering vehicular traffic on both legs of the crossing. One item also for a lot of these, Mayor had mentioned being a pioneer in the June meeting. And this concept has come from, I believe, Mark Lenters can correct me, but I think there's only 2 of these in the country, and one is in Maine and one, I believe, is in Georgia. And these have been used in warm climates, and sometimes there is a vertical curb, which has been used in this pink coloration. But again, because of our cold and snowy climate, we wanted the ability to take a snow plow, should it be a light truck with a plow on it, to be able to clear this and not hit curbs. So again, we're using an at-grade flush pavement separator or demarcation rather than elevating those curb-separated features. And again, you see the shorter approach ramp and the longer exit ramp here. So West University Ave, this is the west leg of the coming out of the roundabout. And this leg, again, has the 6-foot sidewalk, 5-foot bike lane, and 3.5-foot parkway. One of the things we had to work with is the constraints of the fact that this is on a final plat with Vintage Partners. So we really had to constrain when we added the pedestrian and bike features. We knew we couldn't infringe upon that final platted land. So we really needed to get creative on how we can make room for bikes and peds. And in this one leg, it came at the cost of having to shrink the parkway a little bit. So we can maintain that 11-foot shared use parkway, shared use path on this leg. The on-street bike lanes have been removed once again, and their on-street bike lanes do resume on the far western end of this project or this leg, because that is what it is today. So you can see the ramps I'll show you on the next slide. These are the ramps that allow the users to tie into the present today bike lanes that are on street. So this will take them off, and you can use this 11-foot shared use path. And again, for the bicyclists that choose to stay in lane and on street, there is an exit ramp here to approach the roundabout, and likewise on the south side as well. So West University Ave, this is one of the other features that was brought up in the discussion back in June, was a pedestrian refuge. So I'll point that out on the next slide. We have a continuation of that 11-foot shared use path on the north and south sides, once again having removed the on-street bike lanes. There is a 10-foot sidewalk as you approach the western portal of the tunnel. And as we mentioned in June, there are no surface crossings per the TIA with Vintage and ADOT of Milton Road. But there are surface crossings on the west side on University Ave, and in a couple slides coming up on the east side on University Drive. But one thing we were able to accomplish here in the design by narrowing all 6 lanes that are present is we were able to include a 5-foot pedestrian refuge, which is right here. You can see in this center median here is a 5-foot pedestrian refuge with truncated domes on it as well. And that was accomplished by narrowing each of the lanes down a foot. And then we also have the shared use path on the south side, and on the north side, you can see the stairwell down to the pedestrian underpass, as well as the ADA ramp with landing coming backwards back into the tunnel as well. And I did want to point out, because concrete usually has the same demarcation on plan sets, that this is actually a valley gutter for drainage. This isn't a second crosswalk. I didn't want anyone to be confused by that feature there. So on University Drive on the east side of Milton, the 10-foot is a 10-foot sidewalk on that side, and it transitions to an 8-foot sidewalk after the Target driveway. The existing sidewalk will remain on the south side of the road. And then again, you will exit on the eastern portal or the east side of the tunnel on this side of the project. Just again, reiterating, there's no surface crossings of Milton, but there is a surface crossing on University Drive, which again has this 5-foot pedestrian refuge with truncated domes that allows pedestrians refuge. And then also that was accomplished again by narrowing these lanes coming into the project. Again, here's our eastern portal coming out of the tunnel, and this is coming up as a 10-foot shared use path going towards NAU. You can see that continuation of that 8-foot path all the way to the campus gateway. Yale Street to the north maintains a 5-foot sidewalk. As you'll show on the next slide, there's a lot of constraints. There's a lot of topographical change. There's housing units that are immediately adjacent to right-of-way, and it becomes very complex to, without impacting a lot of people, to increase the sidewalk width there. But as you do approach the roundabout, it transitions again to that 11-foot shared use path, as well as 5-foot parkways on the west side. So the bike lanes are actually remaining on this leg because of that narrow sidewalk and the inability to be able to put in bike lanes without having to take a lot of right-of-way. As you can see here, these are actually steps going down to the housing units here. And it's a very tightly constrained area. So we are showing the bike lanes on this leg, and here's our 5-foot sidewalk that's on the west side, transitioning to our 11-foot shared use path on both the east and the west sides. And then the current University Avenue, which this is the section again that Rick had mentioned, is between Burger King and Wendy's. The south side will be building a 5-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot parkway, which does not exist today. On the north side, it will be the existing sidewalk that stays in place. There is one eastbound and one westbound lane, and it includes a 10-foot center turning lane as well. Milton is going to have a raised median, which means that there's no northbound left turns from Milton Road onto this University Ave. So it's right in, right out is the term that we use. And on the next exhibit here, I'll show that there's actually a pork chop is the term that we use to describe this feature here that makes it right in, right out. And it's likely that is going to be removed because of the center median on Milton. But again, we haven't gotten to the 90% design yet to finalize that aspect. It has not been reviewed by traffic for the 90% plans. So that's still something that's dynamic and being planned, but just wanted to make you aware that is likely to come out. And again, here's our 5-foot sidewalk on the south side with our 5-foot parkway as well. And then the pedestrian underpass, this conceptual exhibit was put together early on in the design, and it's actually true to the design today with one exception, and that being the arched nature of the tunnel. And I'll show you that on the next slide. This really shows a flat ceiling, and the clearance overhead, it's 10 feet tall from bottom to top. And with the arched nature, it goes down to 9 feet on both the south and the north ends of the arch. But just really, again, to bring you back to the previous slides, this is our ADA ramp with landing. These ladies are coming down this spiral staircase here, and you can see the spiral staircase on the east side of the east portal coming down into the tunnel, and then the 10-foot foots going out as well. So again, as I pointed out on the previous slide, it is going to be precast arches that are placed in there. And the reason we use precast concrete sections is it takes a long time for concrete to cure and achieve that full strength. And to really minimize that traffic impact on Milton, to use those precast sections allows us to expedite construction and place already cured concrete into place in these sections. So again, to review, just 20 feet wide, 10 feet tall, and 114 feet in length. The tunnel will have lighting day and night, and staff is working with the police department on additional security measures which could include increased lighting levels, especially at times when there's activity in the tunnel, inclusive of video equipment potentially and emergency phones on both the east and west side. I know those discussions are ongoing, and I just wanted to bring light that those discussions are happening and occurring. And on this slide, I would like to hand over to Jeff Bauman to go over another facet of this redesign, was doing an investigative study into the potential of a roundabout at Milton and University. And with that, I will lean on the expertise of our traffic engineer, Jeff Bauman.
Thank you, David. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, Jeff Bauman, City Traffic Engineer. One slide here to walk through Milton University roundabout. We were asked the last time we came forward to take a look at a roundabout alternative for the Milton and University intersection. Fortunately, we had Kimley Horn and Mark Lenters on board already with the project because they were working on the University and Beulah intersection. So we were able to jump right into an analysis of Milton and University. You can see an image here about what it looks like. We didn't go real far with design, but this is a concept, gives you a pretty good idea of what the size and shape and scale of the roundabout could be. Took a look at roughly four scenarios. There was a few variations of the four scenarios, but basically we looked at all peds and bikes in the tunnel with no surface crossings on any legs, just to try to see what the roundabout could do with no ped or bike interaction, all the way to no tunnel and all peds and bikes on the surface, and then a couple things in between. We got a report a couple weeks ago, ADOT and I took a quick look at it, got some comments back to the designer, and they've just gotten us a new updated report just a couple of days ago. Basically, the roundabout scenarios you see with 2 lanes on all these approaches for entries and exits works about the same as the traffic signal under similar conditions, which is, you'll remember the signal has a northbound pedestrian and southbound pedestrian, but no surface crossings east and west. Roundabout and the signal are very similar. The roundabout turns out to be right at its capacity. It's actually, when you look at the numbers and some of the charts, it's over, but it's analyzing to operate about the same way as the signal. Where things probably change a lot is in the future. So that's in current conditions or in just a year or two of growth. In the future, the signal will provide a lot more flexibility, especially with snow events and different peak period events. So signal probably has an operational advantage to the roundabout under those scenarios. And then the big thing with the roundabout is, one of the big comparisons between the roundabout and the signal. Signal's at about 90% design. The roundabout really hasn't even started. So fairly big project delay. And you can see some of the land impacts and some of the knowns with roundabouts is they typically are twice as expensive, maybe even 3 times as expensive. So big budget buster as well. So that's about as far as we've taken it. I can answer any questions you have about that specifically, but that was my one slide, and then I'll hand it back to David.
Thank you. Thank you.
North is up.
North is up.
Yeah. So you want to go back? Do you want me to orient a little, or are you good?
This is Burger King, and this is Verizon. North is up. Yep. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. So 2 by 2, 2 on all approaches and exits. If the roundabout, I think there was some commentary in the report that if the roundabout went to 3 lanes on some approaches or 3 circulating lanes, certainly capacity would increase significantly and would work for a long time. But as a 2 by 2, the signal is the preferred alternative for all of those different reasons, unfortunately. I'll give it back to David.
Yeah, thank you. Unless we have any questions, I think we're good. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. And that concludes the presentation. So if comments and questions, great time to start them. Thank you so much, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, for your time and attention.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni, I beat you to it. First off, I just want to say thank you to the staff, design team, and the project stakeholders. I did bring my safety concern to staff, and I just want to thank you for addressing that. I think with our location of the tunnel in specific and it being close proximity to the university, some safety concerns did arise for me. So I would like us all to just remember that in future discussions, and I appreciate that that was on there today. And I also would like to thank you for putting bike and ped in the forefront of this project. That means a lot to our community, and what an amazing project. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I see that the length of the tunnel is 114 feet. And in the slide, it looked like you could see very easily to the other side. And I'm wondering if that is going to be the case on the ground, because that seems like a great distance to be able to see the other side so clearly.
If I may, Vice Mayor. David, could you jump back to that, that rendering we had of the tunnel? So I do trust that this is accurately scaled in this rendering.
That is correct, Rick.
But I can't verify, I can't answer your question, Vice Mayor. I mean, I share your concern, 114 feet. We'd certainly like what we see here. We want to be able to see from, before entering the tunnel, to be able to see clearly, what's in the tunnel, and then how far to get to the other end of the tunnel. I personally use the tunnels that exist in Flagstaff today, and that condition does exist in all of them that I'm aware of, and I believe it would be similar to what's depicted here.
Thank you.
Shimoni.
I see you looking at me, Mayor.
Yeah, I was waiting for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to be patient. Let others go first. Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Thank you, Rick and Jeff and Mr. Peterson, for your presentation and your work on this. I really appreciate the outside-the-box approach that you all have taken. And to our Deputy City Manager, Shane Dilly, I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. When I talk to folks in the community, about the progress we have made on these types of projects, it's night and day from when I first got elected. So I'm just so grateful to all of us that are in this room and virtually that have been working on this, and also to our P3 partnership with ADOT and Vintage Partners. Obviously, this project couldn't be done without them, and it's so great to see this coming along so nicely. Sure, I have my comments and my critiques, but no, nothing's perfect, and this is pretty darn good, I would say, compared to what else is possible here. So just a couple quick questions and comments. David, you spoke, if you can go back to that slide showing that north leg of University, I believe it was, or Beulah. I can see this being a very strong alternative route. Is that it? No. It's the one that shows the staircases down to the apartments. So I can see this leg of the project here. Yep. Yes. Being a very strong alternative to Milton for bike and peds, right? And I'd be curious what Martin would have to say about this, but I'm sure we can all agree. I think there's going to be a lot of bike and pedestrians using this avenue to get to Safeway, to get to wherever it might be heading north, that to avoid Milton because of how treacherous that is for a pedestrian or a cyclist. How wide are the vehicle lanes here? Do we know off the top of our heads? 11?
Councilmember Shimoni, we do have Stephen Irwin available with SWI. I believe he can answer that question, but I believe they're 11 feet, but I'll let him verify that if possible, Steve.
And I see Jeff. Go ahead.
Yes, David, they go up to 12 feet there.
Okay, thank you. So my question, one of the last things I would love to see us adjust here, if possible, Okay. Sorry, City Manager. I don't know if that was towards me or not, but the last thing I would like to see us adjust here is potentially creating a buffer onto that bike lane to then potentially also add, maybe not immediately, ideally immediately, but that protected component of maybe those candlesticks with that cement barrier that we're doing on the two bike pilots. Do you think that would be at all possible?
So are you referring to Yale as it goes off to the right of this picture here?
Yes, and obviously before that intersection too. Basically, wherever you have a bike lane on the road adjacent to cars, separated by a thin strip of paint, that's my concern.
The dilemma that I see is in the very far right-hand bottom corner. Yes, David, thank you. You can see that the bike lane is going away from the curb, and that's to accommodate on-street parking for those houses that are right there along the side of the street. So I, for one, would be concerned about, I mean, right away we got, you know, we'd have a Shero if it was in downtown to keep the bikes away from doors that open up. And having that protected barrier on the white stripe like we're doing on Beaver and Butler, I see that as a concern for bicyclists in being able to protect themselves if they get the door open on them.
Okay.
But, you know, willing to look into it. Whether it's part of this project or not, you know, we can always add it to the discussion at a later date as we look at the AT&P.
Jeff, did you want to add to that?
That was exactly what I was, thank you. That was exactly what I was going to say is, we remember at the retreat, we talked about the different thresholds for the different types of streets, and we have the different bikeway classifications mapped in the AT&P, and I don't have it in the top of my head, but I'm going to guess Yale Street, in its current condition, is certainly one of those streets that would just get bike lanes. I don't know in the future with this connection if it, you know, the volumes are increasing enough in that chart, the red, white, and blue chart, where we would want to go to buffered. Buffered would just be paint, so it wouldn't be a parking concern if we could find the space for it. It looks to me from this picture that the curb lines are moving and the lanes are moving, so we probably don't have a consistent width. But yeah, it's something we can definitely look into.
Okay, great. If that's something you all can just look into, if it's something that can be done, great. If not, that's okay too. This isn't going to keep me up at night like other things we do. But
well, what I'd ask is that just let us take a look at it and let us come back to council or check in with you one-on-one if need be. But let us just check into what we think the best tool in our toolbox would be. I'm not sure it's exactly, you know, what we're doing on Butler and Beaver because of the conditions we talked about, but let us take a look at it.
And Rick, to your opening comments, I want to give you clear direction tonight to move forward without having to come back. So I just trust you all to hear my feedback and okay. Do as you can, but don't stress too much over it. If it's possible, great. Yeah. If it's not, that's okay too.
Well, we are creating that exact Milton parallel going to a grocery store. I mean, we all see the connections that you're seeing.
Yeah, it's great. I'm very excited about it. Okay. Do we have other
just a quick note on that. I know you talked about it being direction, but that would have to have the support from the other council members, the majority council, for it to truly be direction. I just want to make sure.
Okay, and yeah, I don't know. Whatever makes sense. Like, I don't mean to give you direction to maybe direction to pursue exploration, but not necessarily with it having to come back to council. Just like a low-hanging direction that doesn't have too much weight to it, if that makes sense. But yeah, we'll see if council supports that idea. I love the bus-only lanes. I just wanted to give a shout-out to our team for working on that with Mountain Line. That's very exciting. My one other big question is University and 66. There are 6 lanes there. Rick, is it possible to remove one of the left turn lanes?
David, if you could pull back to that slide. Okay, so we've got the one window which is going into the roundabout. So David, if you could point to the driveway that goes into the Milltown. Yes, thank you. So that driveway is a critical design element. And the developer, working with who they have to work with to, get occupancy in this project, sees that driveway as mandatory for their development. We've talked about it over and over again. That driveway has to stay. Maybe I could offer that you check with Vintage. I'm not sure if they're here with us tonight. But anyhow, if those two left turn lanes are not there together, right? So you have two, let's just say there's 100 cars that want to make that left turn. 2 lanes is only 50 cars long. 1 lane is 100 cars long. So based on the traffic impact analysis that we have, 1 lane is going to shut that driveway down.
I see. Interesting.
Did I come close, Jeff? Yeah. That's the main issue that I can answer your question with.
So Rick, what I hear you say is that we could make it 1 lane, but there would potentially be traffic impacts that are negative.
Absolutely. And it might even end up backing all the way into the roundabout.
Okay.
Based on the numbers that we have today.
Yeah, I hear you. Council and obviously everybody, I struggle with 6 lanes in general. I think that's very difficult for pedestrians to cross and experience. I know that there's a safe haven partially, 2/3 of the way through. I'd be open to us taking out a left turn lane and potentially risking traffic backing up. That's just me though. I might be alone on that. Okay, so that's my comment there. And if there is majority support for that, I guess this is our chance to speak up, but that's fine if not. Okay, lastly, my last comment is in regards to the tunnel and specifically the crossing potential at grade on street. I know that we're not currently planning for that. And I just wanted to share with my colleagues who are part of FMPO, Councilmember Salas and Councilmember McCarthy, who chairs that effort. There has been talk with leadership and staff that potentially in the near future, ADOT, in partnership with us, could collaborate in integrating an on-street crossing to complement the tunnel, because I also have those safety concerns that Councilmember Sweet spoke to, and I'm afraid of the folks who are going to be playing Frogger trying to cross Milton rather than going into the tunnel at night because of safety concerns. So if you all want to, we can talk more offline, but I guess, Rick, is there anything you want to share in terms of like what that next step looks like in terms of getting ADOT to collaborate with us on this?
Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, I'd be glad to share that as a result of the corridor master plan for Milton and US 180, but specifically for Milton, staff has heard council loud and clear, and we have worked as hard as we can at the staff level to initiate these ped and bike improvements at the state level, including mid-block crossings. Picture Malapai would be a great place to have a pedestrian crossing that goes into, where the sledding happens at NAU in the wintertime. So I call that a mid-block crossing because it's not a signalized intersection. But then we've got other locations at signalized intersections where there are currently dual left turn lanes that do not accommodate pedestrian crosswalks at all 4 legs of the intersection. Clay is one, West Route 66 the other. This is one as well. So as a result of the corridor master plan, staff pushed hard that we wanted the master plan to include these pedestrian and bike features. Per policy, ADOT is not willing to accommodate or able to accommodate. So we have escalated that issue. Right now that issue so the escalation has not gone its course. Right now it rests at my level in the organization. And then if we still believe that ADOT has not heard us loud and clear, it would then escalate to the city manager and Director Halikowski. So we're still having those chats on your behalf.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Council and Mayor.
you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm okay with staff taking a look at what we can do on Yale, for bicycle separation. But I will point out, because I live in that area, that the on-street parking on Yale is thick. And I think those residents would be extremely unhappy if we got rid of that parking, because they have nowhere else to park, really. So overall, I'm supportive, and I think staff should move forward as has been requested. I am supportive of that. And what I also understand that discussions are going on at the state level with, can we add some pedestrian and bicycle crossings in Milton, mid-block or whatever. And as we just heard, there's a lot of pushback, but we are pushing to higher levels at the state. So we haven't given up on that yet. So I guess that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate again that Metroplan's top priority is pedestrian and bike safety, in addition to the Lone Tree overpass. So that remains a priority. Having said that, and I appreciate Mr. Barrett's sharing information about escalating the what seems to be opposing policies when it comes to pedestrian and bike safety. And I hope eventually that will be resolved. But at the end of the day, with Metroplan being this synergistic organization with city, county, ADOT, NAU, and Mountain Lion as its key partners, priorities and goals of the many partners will be aligned and move forward with specific projects, like the Milton Corridor Master Plan. But specific to this project, first, let me take this time and space to give the design team and the stakeholder grateful hearts for their hard work over the years. And Mr. Barrett, for your leadership on this project for the last 20 years. And also, I'm also taking a moment to remember our dear Mr. Brett Peterson, who was also involved with this project many years ago, for many years too. So with that, I would recommend staff recommendation to proceed the final design and conclude the design phase of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll second that.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to see this through for the staff recommendations. Regarding these additional turn lane, I could see really that gumming up the works if we don't have two left turns from both directions. If you see it in this way, if you block that off and people can't turn left into that driveway, then it's going to block up all the way to Milton, all the way to that roundabout. So I'm supportive of the design as it's shown here. Regarding the tunnel, I'm sure this is part of that discussion, but if we were putting up video equipment there, it would be good to have some fixed monitor so that people exiting the tunnel can actually see what's on the other side of that tunnel. Then we have a fixed route that people feel safe because they can themselves see it before they walk out of the tunnel what's out there. So that might be, as a potential option, have a live feed in that location. Emergency phones for that situation, I'll just say NAU's had emergency phones all over campus. They're never used. So I don't know if that's a useful expenditure. I'd rather see more of the live feed equipment to be able to keep people safe and comfortable with going under that underpass. And aside from that, yeah, if it's just a quick look at Yale, that's fine by me, but yeah, knowing that area, I don't see that as an option for concrete barriers, but definitely worth taking a look at and seeing what options might be available. So I think does that give clear enough direction for us moving forward?
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you.
Well, welcome.
No, this is just discussion items, so. Yes. Well, that does bring us to discussion item 14B, the discussion on the alternate response model and care center. I will check in with council, though. Would you like to power through or maybe take a quick 10-minute break? 10-minute break? All right, let's do it. Let's do a 10-minute break, and then we'll get to the care center here. But 10 minutes sharp. Sharp. No dilly. All righty. Are we already all live streaming and such? Okay. All right, we're down to agenda item 14B. This is the discussion on the alternate response model and care center. All right, city staff. No worries. Yeah, she's hiding behind the podium. Ta-da!
Sorry about the technical difficulty. Of course, it's the last presentation, and that's when it happens.
Of course.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, Deputy City Manager. Have a brief presentation for you this evening to review some background information on the alternate response model and care center and the feedback we received during the town hall on September 24th. The alternate response model provides for a different type of response with an additional team responding to 911 calls and conducting proactive outreach. It's meant to provide culturally sensitive care to those who may be in crisis or needing mental health or substance use assistance. The goal of this model is to provide more appropriate level of care while diverting individuals from the criminal justice system and the emergency room. We want individuals to be safe and be connected with those who can help them the best. The work associated with the alternate response model has been a focus of a team of individuals. Some have been with the project since day one, and others have recently joined with the departure of others. You can see them here on the screen. I mentioned them earlier today, so I won't spend a whole lot of time going over it again. You heard earlier today about the procurement process. The city engaged community stakeholders in a large group meeting to get everyone's input before the scope of work was finalized and the process began. We received 4 responses, one from the Guidance Center, one from NACA with subcontractors Flagstaff Shelter Services and Family Food Center identified, Teros Health, and lastly, West Care Arizona. The evaluation committee included 4 city staff members, 2 non-city staff members, with assistance from a local psychiatrist. The potential services identified for a care center would include culturally sensitive care, such as prayers, medicine men, healing ceremonies, talking circles, and a sweat lodge. A location where people feel comfortable gathering. The center would provide for basic needs such as food, personal hygiene, and washroom areas. The services in the center would address those experiencing a crisis or needing help with substance use. They can receive treatment and support. There will be case managers to help with current care and advocate for other needed services. They can help individuals make connections to those in the community that can help with housing, job assistance, and more long-term care if needed. The town hall on September 24th drew a decent-sized crowd with 50 individuals online. Granted, some of these were city staff, and 23 in-person attendees. The purpose of the town hall was to invite a public conversation with the community about Flagstaff's needs. This is one step towards gathering more input to refine the needs of a care center as suggested by the evaluation committee. The alternate response team provided background information about the alternate response program, including where the idea began, the purpose of the program, shared data about police and fire calls for service, and models that influence the proposed scope of work. The timeline was shared demonstrating where the work started and where we're going in the future. The care center services were shared to elicit feedback on what's needed. Those that participated spoke and shared a need for a place to rest, access to computers, the ability to exchange information between treating providers, a need to provide more details about the number of individuals this type of center would be able to serve, consideration for how those without ID or who may be estranged from family can still access this type of care, how housing will be included in the model, request for more details about the calls for service, and data about crime when individuals were housed in hotels throughout the pandemic. During the town hall, we also heard some concerns about transparency of communication and who was invited to participate on the city's team. There were suggestions to add behavioral health providers, those who know what's happening on the street, social service providers, and city housing staff to the team. There was also a suggestion to create another steering committee or a task force to provide input. When the team asked about what any other models should be considered, there were 3 that were brought up in the discussion. They're displayed for you here on the screen. The Sobering Center in Austin, we did receive an email with that information, so certainly we'll be able to share it with the alternate response team for consideration and discussion. Lastly, when asked about where duplications may exist or a need for greater capacity, the following information was shared. That Flagstaff Shelter Services provide potential services being discussed, that NACA received funding for their drop-in center, that Flagstaff Shelter Services has purchased a hotel to be able to expand their services here in Flagstaff, and there was an invitation to the city by numerous social service providers to participate in an upcoming facilitated meeting to discuss needs. We hope this helps provide a brief background and share the feedback we heard while listening during the town hall, so council may discuss what happens next with the alternate response model. Certainly, city staff are standing by to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. We do have a speaker request on this item before we start discussion. Sue Norris, please.
Hello, I'm Sue Norris. Thank you for listening today, Mayor, Councilpersons, Ms. Anderson. I'm here in 2 capacities, actually. I'm here as a representative NAIC, which is the Northern Arizona Interfaith Council. And of course, we have a deep interest in especially those who are marginalized in our community. So we're very, very excited about what's happening and commend your hard work and commend you for putting this together. It's wonderful. And I'm also here as a parent of someone who found himself necessary to use all these services that we have currently. And by walking for 5 years through a process of becoming housed I learned a lot about what holes might exist in our system and how we might improve that. But I do want to give a shout out to Southwest Behavior and Catholic Services and the food pantry, the things that just really did, and especially the mental health court. That is a wonderful program. So what we want to do, though, is keep people out of the criminal justice system because it's a life-ruining experience for the mentally ill and the substance abusers. So NEIC sent a document to you that has just 5 suggestions that we would like to see incorporated into the next step. The care center is obviously an important intermediary step between the Cahoots type van service that we're going to be having and the social services that exist. And I think we can do this without undermining their, what their services provide. And I was sorry to hear that they were somewhat conflicted because I'm sure it can be done in a way that nobody's toes are stepped on excessively. Because we do need a place where a day center, we need a place to take people that's safe, that offers the services Ms. Anderson described. And we support the effort that she already described. But we would want to be sure to emphasize 3 words, 3 things. And that is inclusion. In the task force that is going to design the care center, I think we really...
Oh, thank you, Ms. Norris. Could you let us know what the other 2 were, please?
Pardon me?
The other 2, you mentioned the inclusion.
Yes.
What were the other 2 you were going to
Inclusion,
mention?
community, and follow-up.
Excellent.
So inclusion, we would urge that in the task force to be formed, that there be a real representation of the clients that are to be served and family members and people who have walked the walk and who know in a deep way what's really required. And in my opinion, and in NEIC's thinking so far, it is creating community in whatever we do. So the community of care providers who don't necessarily have to be, registered social workers. They can be people, as described in the Cahoots Town Hall, who have experience in the area and to be trained to go on to be mentors and counselors. And that would provide a sense of community and a follow-up. And I would hope that even beyond in our 3rd stage where we're providing some transitional housing, that community would be centered. Because, for instance, Aaron, my son, finally did, after 2.5 years, get housing through Southwest, but then you're isolated. You're in an apartment somewhere and you're not accountable to community. And I think that was a real downfall for him. So we urge that in the service design, and we've talked about this throughout the evening, and in the task force, that people that are involved be represented. So we're talking obviously about tribal communities, undocumented persons who haven't been mentioned here, emotionally and physically challenged people. We really have to recognize that a lot of our folks that are on the street are physically challenged as well as emotionally challenged. And we need translators. We need linguistic diversity. We need Spanish speakers and Navajo speakers to be in our cadre of helpers. And we need to have the families involved where they can be. So as far as follow-up, that's a tricky one because the clients aren't always dependable in their follow-up. Their issues cause them to not make appointments, et cetera, et cetera. And so a mentoring would be ideal, that someone who they contacted at the care center would be able to follow through with them. And again, that wouldn't necessarily have to be a professional. So I think I've kind of covered the issues that concern us, and I know they're also the issues that concern you. And if there are any questions you have of me of what our little committee at NAIC has, feels, or what we can do for you to support you, let me know now or later.
Thank you, Sue. Really appreciate it. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to say thank you for being here tonight and for your email and advocacy on behalf of NAIC. And definitely welcome NAIC in future conversations that we have on this topic. As we move forward on this path, I think NAIC plays a really critical and important role in what we're trying to accomplish. So thank you.
I hope we can be. I know as a staff member at Epiphany, we have many people who come through in need. And it'll be wonderful to have the Taros resource and the care center available to channel those folks, because being located like we are on Beaver, we do have a lot of people stopping by that we don't necessarily have the resources to help. But thank you so much. Thank you. And I probably left out a bunch of stuff, but you've got the document, so you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. All right, Council. Was that the only public participant? Have you filled out a speaker card? It's okay. You could, if you can. You're welcome. If you could come to the podium, just so people virtually can hear you.
Where the community center, the community health center is going to be in town? Has that started happening yet? I didn't see it in there yet.
So could you step to the mic and state your name
Sorry.
for the record?
My name is Matt Handwork. I was just wondering where the community center that they were talking about, where that was going to be in town.
That's still up for debate right now. We haven't, centered it on anything quite yet. Since we're going back to the request for proposal stage, then there's a variety of potentialities that may occur there. So we haven't figured out that location yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could please make sure to fill out that yellow card back there to give to the front. We just have to do the procedural note taken on all of it. Do we have anyone virtually for public participation?
No, Mayor, we do not.
All right. Well, then we'll open up to the floor amongst council. Oh, Vice Mayor, and then we'll go to Shimei.
Thank you, Mayor. So I thought that the meeting went well in that the public felt very comfortable sharing their concerns with us, and I am enthusiastic about having additional engagement, and I do firmly believe that the individuals who were at the meeting and their colleagues throughout the community know what can work and also know what hasn't worked in the past, know where additional funding could be found. So I was actually energized after that meeting, because it was very clear that we all had the same goal, which was to help people in the community. And we obviously have a lot of energy and enthusiasm from service providers in Flagstaff. So I am I'm eager for this to proceed and for us to continue the conversation. And I appreciate everyone who has worked on this for a couple of years, and appreciate being brought in to help problem solve on this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for those comments and your insights, Vice Mayor. I agree with you. I left that last town hall we had very energized and excited and grateful to the community for being vulnerable and honest and direct with us. I think that it's so important that we have those open lines of real communication to allow us to learn and work together and move forward together. The last thing I want us to do is lead a charge where we're the only ones running. I think that our job is really to embrace the needs of the community and then support them and empower them to lead with our support behind them. And I am so proud of what our service providers are providing to the community today, but also working towards in tomorrow. There's so much great things that they're doing. We went to a groundbreaking today for a housing, emergency housing, transitional housing effort, JoJo's Place by Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. Thank you. My brain's getting tired. But my point is, I'm very excited. I'm very optimistic about the path forward. And I think that, I don't know if we can take up the offer that was presented to us in terms of having a facilitated discussion, although I'd love to. I think that from my understanding, that's going to be complicated for us to do as council members because we ultimately make the decision as to how we move forward. And I would hate to jeopardize our ability to do that given the concerns about the RFP process. But I fully support that conversation to occur and that we receive that report back from that conversation so that we can make a very educated decision as to what the RFP should look like moving forward. It sounds like they've got ideas and they've got plans already in place that, might potentially somehow align with what we're doing, but we'll see. Regardless of that, I guess my thought in conclusion is that in moving forward with this care center, I'd like for the city to really identify the minimum things that we need this care center to provide and create an RFP that really allows for the flexibility of the respondent to and I think this was the intention the first time around, is to give them the flexibility to provide a solution that would work for us while keeping in mind what the city needs. So we need to identify at the core level what do we need out of this facility and then reissue the RFP and then reevaluate what comes back in. And I'll just mention for those watching, in doing anything moving forward, I just ask that we be mindful in engaging and including all agencies that are really part of this greater community of this larger effort. So NAIC, for example, along with Health Choice Arizona comes to mind, and of course Care First comes to mind, and just want to make sure we're including of these partners specifically, along with the ones that we already know of. I'm trying to think if there's anything else while I have the mic. I'll also just say that I really hope that this care center can really work in partnership with the mobile response unit as a hub and a base and as a connection place for resources in the community. But this is the bigger item, and I think if we do it right in empowering our community members or our nonprofits or whoever it is that's going to respond, it'll become a win-win and something that we can move forward with efficiently and effectively. So I guess those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I thought the town hall went well. It was inspiring. I left very inspired and felt like we made huge strides that day. I am more than confident in putting trust in our service providers, and they will have that meeting and come back to us with comments, ideas on the path forward. So I look forward to their meeting and what will come after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The town hall meeting a couple of weeks ago was an eye-opener for me, and I hope for many of us. For me, it opened my eyes to step outside the procurement process and, how to strategize for the next RFP process. I believe our community deserves to have a full 360 view in terms of taking into account the existing services and programs and projects that our community, that service providers in our community provide already. So I think it will be helpful to have the many nonprofits, many partners in the community have the conversation facilitated by a consultant, a third-party consultant, and provide the city and the entire community like a full list of everything that they do. And then we can identify the gaps and the needs, come up with needs assessment before we can even come up with a scope of work for a future RFP. So needs assessment important, but before doing so is have an inventory, a full, robust, comprehensive inventory of the existing services. Also, in the future discussion for, a care center, it needs to evolve into also taking into account what the justice system is currently doing or intends to do. I was privileged to be part of a full day strategic planning session a couple of weeks ago for our municipal and superior courts. And there was great discussion about how do we proactively prevent our citizens from going back to the jail system and the judicial system. So there have been talk about providing pilot programs with wraparound services, with talk about job skills training, talk about connection to transportation and transit, and housing and childcare. So we, as a community, as a region, can reduce the number of inmates, the number of incarceration, and also strengthening existing efforts within the court system in terms of having the family court, the drug court, the juvenile court, and the reentry programs, strengthen the reentry programs. So it's kind of like a more comprehensive approach in looking at alternative response model. But I look forward to future discussions as we move forward with exploring and discovering the alternative response model, keeping in mind that we have great partnerships within our community and strengthen those partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I too attended the meeting that we've been talking about, and I am supportive of moving forward for the next phase of the alternate response model. And I do think it's really important that we listen to the community about what they think our needs are. And Ms. Norris gave some excellent comments tonight. Thank you, Sue. I'll make one specific comment. There was a comment saying that, well, we don't need to do any more because we're already doing all that, and we don't need the duplication. Well, I think sometimes, it isn't like one shoe fits every foot. So I think there is a need for a facility that we've been talking about. It's sort of like I think about restaurants. Sometimes I go to McDonald's, and sometimes I go to Wildflower, and we need some variety and diversity in our services. And I think, like I said before, it isn't like one shoe fits every foot. So anyway, let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Well, I'll chime in here. So tonight we approved a contract that is exactly the type of partnership that we need to see this through, utilizing our nonprofit organizations, our own government resources to create a model that's going to best serve the individuals we want. But let's always make sure to realize, I think part of the problem we're having is that we're throwing everything we want to do but the kitchen sink. What is our government's role in this process? And that is really what we need to narrow down to get a focal point for an RFP moving forward, as you had mentioned, Councilmember Shimoni. What it is really, we're in charge of emergency response, whether it's fire, whether it's police, or now our new alternate response mobile crisis unit. Well, what's the next branch in the tree? What we're trying to do is prevent police picking up, for example, somebody who's publicly intoxicated and putting them in jail in a drunk tank. Or where can we take them so that way they can stabilize and we can basically triage them to figure out what other services they may need in the community. So in a way, it's kind of stabilize the situation, assess the individual, and then provide a direction for them to see what services they may need, whether it's food, a roof over their head, whatever it may be. But I also want to caution us all that we kind of keep falling into a model of thinking that this is the population we're serving. We're taking care of the unsheltered. And we're taking care of this specific demographic. Realize that what we're also trying to do is to have individuals who are having a mental health crisis that have a roof over their head. They have hot food. They have family in this community. And to make sure that they do not end up in the criminal justice system. So as we think through this, I want us just to be mindful of the very large population that we are looking to serve and know that there are not all those services provided in this community, but our role as government, to me at least, is the emergency response, the immediate, where we have the mobile response unit, where do we take these individuals so we can get them stabilized and get the services that they need that are provided in large part through our partners and through community organizations. So that's kind of, I just wanted to state that because sometimes in these conversations that we've been having as part of the working group that's been, in these biweekly meetings, that sometimes we get ahead of ourselves a little bit, and we are like, we want to do all of these things, but let's try to focus and also identify the populations that we are serving and understand the diversity behind it and the diversity of services those individuals will need to provide the opportunity for growth, healing, or whatever else they may need. So, yeah, Councilmember Shimoni.
I'll jump in if no one else is in the queue. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Mayor, and you just reminded me that not everyone here is part of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, where we've been having this discussion for years. And I just figured I'd take a moment to share some of the points I brought up there in the past that kind of led to some of our efforts, which was that I kind of came up with 4 points, which is really 5, which is how do we respond? Where do we take them once we respond? What kind of wraparound services can we provide after we take them to wherever that is? And then the bigger one is housing. The fourth bullet point is housing for those that need housing, which is a huge elephant in the room at all times. And then the 4.5 bullet point, which is more the proactive work, which Teros is going to do with this alternative response, is proactively engaging and supporting these populations in the community. Those are kind of the points that were in my head in kind of like all this work dating back, but you kind of nailed it in your comments too. I wanted just to share that. I also wanted just to kind of go back and talk a little bit about data. For one, we are partnering with NACA to do a RARE assessment, a rapid assessments, response, and evaluation, and that should be done, do you know, Shannon?
It's beginning of calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Okay, so that's happening, and thank you to NACA for your partnership in that. That's great. But anything that we can do, Chief Musselman, Chief Gaylord, Shannon, to get more data about the population we're looking to serve. Often we talk about call volume and the response that our first responders experience with these types of calls. But any additional information we can get and dive into, I think would be appreciated by myself, by this council, and then also by the community who's trying to better understand where our minds are at. Do you have any thoughts about that?
So we've actually already scheduled a meeting, police, fire, and myself, to talk data. So we're working on it.
That's incredible. You're 2 steps ahead of me as always. That's wonderful. So I think that'd be really helpful, and obviously we heard that quite a bit at the town hall. And I think it's one thing to speak about the call volumes and what we respond to, but as much as we can nail down what it is specifically that we're looking to support, the individuals, that I think will help create a clear picture to those who are potentially going to respond to the RFP. And I had something else, but I can't remember, so I'm just going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Anything else? All right. Well, then we are down to the next item on the agenda of our future agenda item requests. This is a citizen's petition requesting a meeting with city and county representatives to obtain a comprehensive report of what mitigation has been done in the museum fire burn scar and watershed and what the outcomes have been and what the short, mid, and long-term plans for funding are. Do we have a speaker to that effect today?
We do not tonight, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Well, I can open it up to council discussion then regarding this. Councilmember McCarthy.
So I think we're looking for 3 thumbs up to say, hey, let's come back and talk about this. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Correct?
Procedurally, that's where we're at.
Yeah, well, here's my thumb.
All right. I would like to mention, though, to the public that we have been doing this. We've been out, just last week we're in the streets. Our engineering team is really working hard to figure out solutions that are short, mid, and long term. We did have an infrastructure retreat just last Thursday where we discussed this very thing, and it does seem like we're already going to be starting on some of the projects this fall that is affecting Sunnyside flooding. So I'm happy to discuss this further as an agenda item, but at the same time, I do feel that we are making progress on this. We are actually, I believe, doing this already. So I just want to make sure that people are aware that staff and council, we certainly haven't been sitting on our hands on this. This is really dear to us. We want to find solutions. We want to act, and we want to act yesterday. So, anyways, I just wanted to put in that plug. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, 2 things. Mayor, I do agree that the city has been doing that. Council members have been meeting, the staff's been meeting. There's a lot going on. The other point I'd like to make is I think, sort of like on COVID, we have an update every couple of weeks or something. I'm thinking this issue is important enough that I don't know if it's every 2 weeks or once a month or whatever, but I think we need to get updates on, what progress is being made. I'm sure if I lived on Havasupai Street, I would be very motivated to want as much information as possible. So anyway, I'm thinking periodic updates will be a part of the discussion when this comes back to council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, that brings us to agenda item 16, our informational items, 2 from mayor, council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. I'll start at this end of the table this time. Councilmember.
Nothing for me.
Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. Shout out to our clerk, Stacy Salzberg, for joining me again for the second time this month. Last night for a live stream about what it takes to run for local city council. We had a great discussion lasting exactly 30 minutes on the dot, where we covered the important deadlines, signature requirements, and the new electronic signature collecting processes, along with fundraising to a small degree and what it takes to set up to run. So if anyone is interested or thinking about running for office or just curious, check out that video on YouTube or on my Facebook page. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is I do have a fair request coming from the conversation we had tonight regarding speed limits and design standards. So I don't necessarily know. I think what I want to say here is that I'd like to request a fair that speaks to our design standards, specifically speaking to speed limits and what it takes to address speed limits. Maybe I'll better put that into a statement and email it to staff, but that's the idea. Does that sound good, Sterling?
I think your email suggestion is a good suggestion.
Thank you. Good discussion, long meeting tonight, and thank you all.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Nothing for me tonight.
All right, couple. Okay, you go. I'll go last. The grand finale.
Oh, I don't care if you want to
No, go for it.
Well, okay, nothing tonight.
After all that. You just took all my thunder away. Jeez.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
So next week, Wednesday, I will be attending the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council Strategic Planning Session and the Rural Transportation Summit. So the first day, Wednesday, will be spent on the strategic planning session for the RTAC board, which is composed of 10 metropolitan planning organizations, including Metroplan Greater Flagstaff, which I'm representing, and Council of Governments representing rural Arizona. The second day, Thursday, we'll have a discussion on federal infrastructure and federal aid funding for Arizona, and a presentation from ADOT. And then we will have a panel from the State Transportation Board, and then legislative session priorities, as well as RTAC priority project. On that note, since the conference starts Wednesday morning, next Tuesday's meeting, I have to leave by 5:30, so I will. Whether the council still at a meeting right now, at that time, I have to leave because I have to carpool with Supervisor Vasquez and Jeff Milback, the CEO of Metroplan. Otherwise, I won't have transportation going to the RTAC Summit in Casa Grande. I can bike. Thank you.
Thank you. A few things. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., there is an ad hoc committee of the state legislature that is coming to Flagstaff regarding wildfires and post-wildfire flooding. The purpose is to create greater awareness of what we've been facing here in Flagstaff as well as other areas in the state. So they're going to be going here as well to Gila Bend, I believe, and the location for the Telegraph fire, et cetera, to really highlight what's been happening in the state of Arizona. And I'm hoping that awareness can help us moving forward as a city as we deal with a lot of these issues. So that is at 10 a.m. at NASET, right up by Buffalo Park. And there will be city and county presentations, et cetera, associated, and a public participation section at the end for those who may want to give their testimonials, their personal stories about what we have been facing as a city from wildfire to the flooding. Again, 10 a.m. tomorrow at NASET by Buffalo Park. In addition, on Monday is Indigenous Peoples Day, and we have a large schedule of discussions and presentations that I'm really excited to see, and it's going to be available it's going to be available virtually. You can register online. The Flagstaff City Government has posted that on their social media as well as the website. So just to put that plug in, and aside from that, that's all I got. City Manager, you got anything for tonight? All right. After a long meeting. Adjourned.